Chapter 384. Han Fei felt that this deal was a bit absurd. Wasn't it too casual? What if he took out something as valuable as the big red trunk to trade? Wouldn't everyone be able to see it? As if knowing what Han Fei was wondering, the faceless man opposite Han Fei said, "Don't worry. So what if they see it? Here, no one knows who you are. If you are afraid of being targeted, we can provide a backdoor service. You can walk out of the exclusive darkroom for only 1,000 mid-quality pearls. Then no one will know which faceless man is you." Han Fei was slightly taken aback. This has to be based on the premise that the specter is absolutely fair, right? The faceless man opposite him nodded. Those who can come to the specter do so because they have absolute trust in us. In the level 3 fishery, something may happen to the dragon boat, but in the specter, nothing will happen. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief, took out a sea-swallowing seashell and said, "Sea-swallowing seashell, how much is it worth?" The faceless man opposite him was slightly taken aback. Just one sea-swallowing seashell? The minimum transaction price for those who come to the negotiating table must be no less than 500,000 mid-quality pearls. One sea-swallowing seashell may not be enough. Although this man said so, he had already picked up Han Fei's sea-swallowing seashell in his hand. His right hand was still calculating, and after about 10 minutes, he gently put down the sea-swallowing seashell and then said lightly, "There are many worthless things in it. This sea-swallowing seashell is worth 200,000 mid-quality pearls. If you sell it to us, it will be worth 100,000 mid-quality pearls. Do you have more?" Han Fei glanced around. He didn't think these people would care about sea-swallowing seashell. In fact, the people who could appear on the specter to trade didn't seem to be ordinary people. All of them seemed to have rare treasures. Han Fei grabbed another 5 or 6 sea-swallowing seashell and said, "Let's calculate again." An hour later, the faceless man opposite Han Fei was speechless. "How many sea-swallowing seashell has it been?" He had already calculated 0, although the things in each sea-swallowing seashell were not particularly powerful. However, the level of the sea-swallowing seashell that Han Fei offered seemed to be getting higher and higher. In the end, the sea-swallowing seashells he gave out were all top-level materials, even ultra-quality ones. When the faceless man put down the third sea-swallowing seashell, he took a deep look at Han Fei. "Now, the total price has reached 12 million mid-quality pearls. That's 20.06 million mid-quality pearls." Han Fei slightly grinned. "That's so damn profitable." However, Han Fei knew that it would be best to sell the sea-swallowing seashells to the specter. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to sell it at all, because no one lacked it. The people who came here were all here to try their luck and buy good things. Who would want to look at some trash? Han Fei nodded with a smile. "Yes. At the same time, I'd like to ask if there are any spells that can change one's appearance?" The faceless man on the other side thought for a moment. "Yes, but it's only at the spirit level. It's worth 8 million. Uft! Han Fei almost slapped him. "I sold more than 80 sea-swallowing seashells for only 20 million. You want to sell a spirit-level spell book for 1 million? The faceless one said, "There are too many dangerous people on the specter ship. As long as the specter ship goes out to sea, there will be dozens or even hundreds of people asking about the spell that can change one's appearance. What I recommend to you is the best disguise technique that I know of." Han Fei was speechless. The best is only at the spirit level. The man said, "There are many disguise spells, but most of them can only change the wriggling of the flesh and blood on the face or cover the face with illusions. It's just a bunch of low-level spells. The spell I recommend can move your muscles and bones, change your body temperament, and make you look like a completely different person." Han Fei shook his head. "No, I want those cheap ones. Just find any cheap one and give it to me." "Huh. Are you sure?" Han Fei nodded. I'm very sure. Han Fei thought to himself, I worked so hard to earn money. How can I let you take it back so easily? As for the quality of the spell, well, I have plenty of spiritual energy now. I just need to deduce it a few more times. Do you think I can't deduce it? Sure enough, the faceless man nodded. Okay, any level is fine? Han Fei nodded. Anything is fine. After this series of transactions, the faceless man made a gesture, and someone immediately came over. The two faceless men talked for a while, and soon, in less than 5 minutes, the item was delivered. After the transaction, Han Fei felt refreshed, and the garbage on his body was finally cleaned up. In the end, he got a mystic level, mid-quality spell called Camouflage. However, Han Fei was quite surprised by the price. A mystic level, mid-quality spell was sold for 1,000,000 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei thought that a spell of this level might have been randomly picked up from a garbage dump. However, even so, Han Fei still got 19.06 million mid-quality pearls, plus the mid-quality pearls from the sea-swallowing seashells. He had now become a millionaire with a net worth of 25.6 million. Damn it, if I want to make money, I have to come to the level 3 fishery. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. When he was on the dragon boat, he only sold hundreds of thousands of mid-quality pearls, and he was targeted. Look at the specter, rich and overbearing. Any staff member could make a transaction worth tens of millions of yuan. In contrast, the dragon boat was simply garbage in Han Fei's eyes at this moment. Of course, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder what kind of person the owner behind the specter was. Since such a person could withstand the pressure from the dragon boat, why did he need to make money in a place like the level 3 fishery? Since he couldn't figure it out, Han Fei simply stopped thinking about it. It could be said that his purpose of boarding the specter this time had been achieved. However, since he had a huge sum of money, he naturally had to go shopping and see what was sold here. He might not care about other things for the time being, but he had to prepare at least hundreds of flash stones, although there were already 70 or 80 flash stones in his sea-swallowing seashell. But he didn't mind having too many things to escape with. If he encountered a place like the Seaweed City Wall, the flash stones would come in handy. On the wall, Han Fei looked at the shelves one by one, including the spiritual weapon section. Although he already had a suitable spiritual weapon, this didn't prevent him from looking around. What if he met a suitable spiritual weapon? Unfortunately, after looking around, Han Fei didn't find any spiritual weapon that was suitable for him. However, he saw a large number of spiritual fruits hanging on the shelves, and the number was very large, as many as 500. Among them, according to the function standard of spiritual fruits, there were breakthrough spiritual fruits, that is, spiritual fruits containing high spiritual energy. There were also detoxification fruits, which could strengthen the body and increase spiritual power. Han Fei was quite surprised. When he was on the dragon boat, after eating more than 30 spiritual fruits, he only felt that the practical significance of spiritual fruits was not as great as he imagined. But even if the effect of spiritual fruits was not that great, they were still spiritual fruits. If he ate too much, it would also cause the spiritual energy and other aspects of the body to be enhanced. Here, most spiritual fruits could be bought with mid-quality pearls, and only a few rare spiritual fruits would be exchanged for equivalent value. In front of this wall, although there was no counter, there were a few faceless people standing against the wall. Whenever someone wanted to make an exchange, they would communicate with these people. Han Fei also found one at this moment. He simply stepped forward and said, I want to buy spiritual fruits. I'll take all of them. Huh, all of them? Han Fei nodded. The spiritual fruits here were each priced around 1,500 mid-quality pearls, and the slightly better ones were up to 5,000 at most. There were only 3 that were priced as high as 10,000 mid-quality pearls. One was called Magic Barrier Fruit, priced at 50,000 mid-quality pearls, which was not expensive. After taking this spiritual fruit, the user would have the ability to resist illusions. As for the effect, Han Fei didn't know. One was called Poison Gathering Grass, priced at 10,000 mid-quality pearls. To be precise, it was not a spiritual fruit, but an edible marine herb. If someone was poisoned later, they could take it and forcibly gather poison. Then, if they were strong enough, they could expel the poison out of their body. It was a disposable spiritual herb. Another was called Heavenly Spirit Jujube, priced as high as 500,000 mid-quality pearls. It was the most expensive of all the spiritual fruits. Because this spiritual fruit was extremely rare, it was said that it could permanently improve the spiritual power of the user. But Han Fei didn't know exactly how much. But in any case, Han Fei was happy to spend money on something that could improve his spiritual power with money. However, when Han Fei was about to pay, he found that the information of the Heavenly Spirit Jujube had been erased. Han Fei immediately said, "Hey, I'll buy that Heavenly Spirit Jujube. Why is it gone?" The faceless person said, "Someone was faster than you. Something like this that could permanently increase one's mental strength was extremely rare. Usually, they're gone in no more than 100 seconds. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Who was competing with him? However, Han Fei still said in a hurry, "Then hurry up. I'll take all of them." Chapter 385. The trading hall suddenly fell silent because everyone found that all the spiritual fruits on the trading wall had disappeared. It wasn't like no one had done this before, but at most there were only dozens or hundreds of spiritual fruits on the trading wall. But this time, all the spiritual fruits disappeared, which was the first time. Someone was speechless. Which idiot? Why did he buy all the spiritual fruits at once? A faceless man rolled his eyes. Even if you're rich, you can't do this. When Han Fei paid, everyone turned to look at him, wondering if they should rob him or not. Han Fei didn't care about other people's attention. What do you know? There are so many spiritual fruits here. I can't miss it no matter what. Of course, Han Fei was the only one here who thought so. After all, no one could eat spiritual fruits as if they were jelly beans like he did, without causing the spiritual energy to dissipate. Han Fei smacked his lips. More than 500 spiritual fruits cost him nearly 3 million mid-quality pearls. This price was quite expensive. An ordinary spiritual fruit on the dragon boat was only about 800, but the price here was more than double. But Han Fei was willing to buy it on the dragon boat. If he left the boat, wouldn't he be chased by countless people? Han Fei accepted the spiritual fruits and looked at the staff. How many trading halls are there on the boat? The staff was stunned for a moment. Do you think it's not enough? Do you still want to buy more? However, since the customer wanted it, he was happy to explain. He immediately replied, "There are a total of 12 trading halls. You can walk around them and you'll eventually finish them." Han Fei nodded. "What about the upper 2 floors? Where are those?" The staff didn't hide it. There is only 1 floor above. The top floor is not open to the public. Oh, what is the upper floor for? The staff explained, it's the place of intelligence. There, you can buy all the intelligence you want to know. Of course, it may not be complete, but it's definitely more complete than the dragon boat. Han Fei nodded, slightly a little surprised. Does the Spectre also do intelligence? However, it only has 1 ship. How can it do intelligence? Even if the Spectre can send spies to each dragon boat, how can it gather all the intelligence together? After all, when it came to intelligence, it was all about timeliness. After a certain time, intelligence would be meaningless. In any case, Han Fei decided to visit the other 11 trading halls first. However, as soon as he walked out of the trading hall, he stopped. According to the number of spirit fruits in this trading hall, he might not be able to buy all 11 of them. At most, he would only be able to buy 6 or 7 of them before his wallet would be empty. Han Fei was lost for words. The ghost ship was indeed more expensive than the dragon boat. I have more than 20 million in my hands, but it's not even enough for a tour of the ship. Calculating the number of mid-quality pearls he had, it took him 6 hours to visit the other 11 trading halls. However, this time he did not buy all of them. Basically, he picked out half of them and bought them. Even so, after visiting 11 trading halls, Han Fei only had 100,000 mid-quality pearls left. He couldn't help but be speechless. Buying things was really burning money. Of course, the result was completely out of everyone's expectations. After a round of shopping, the number of spiritual fruits on him had reached more than 4,600. During the 6 hours, the trading halls went crazy. Everybody knew that a rich man had come to the Spectre and was buying spiritual fruits. Those who came earlier and those who came later all stuffed their spiritual fruits into the trading halls, hoping that Han Fei would buy all the spiritual fruits at once. Unfortunately, when the spiritual fruits in the trading halls were full again, Han Fei stopped buying. Immediately, many people were infuriated. Because Han Fei did not deliberately hide his traces, many people simply came up to him and shouted, "Why did you stop buying spiritual fruits?" Han Fei was lost for words. What does it have to do with you whether I buy spiritual fruits or not? Someone trembled in fury under the mask. Does this asshole not know that there's a fee for putting spiritual fruits in the trading halls? Someone threatened, "Brat, you'd better not let me know who you are. Otherwise, I won't spare you." Han Fei blinked his eyes and scratched the mask on his face with his fingers. Then he tilted his head and looked at those people. "Fortunately, you don't know who I am. Everyone." At this moment, the person who offered to sell Han Fei the venomous tulip walked up and spoke to Han Fei telepathically. "Venomous tulip. Do you still want it?" Surprised, Han Fei replied, "You recognized me?" The man chuckled hoarsely. "You have an awe-inspiring knife intent. It's hard for me not to recognize you. If you don't remove the saber intent on your body, many of these people will recognize you." Han Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. "To be honest, your venomous tulip is the best one in the 12 trading halls. However, I don't have the money to buy your venomous tulip now. You know that I bought a lot of goods." The man said telepathically a high-quality spiritual saber, 100 kilograms of spiritual spring, and 200,000 mid-quality spiritual pearls. Han Fei was lost for words. "Although I like your spiritual fruit, you've only asked for 300,000 mid-quality spiritual pearls less. Is the price any different from before?" The faceless man was lost for words. "I've already lowered the price by 300,000 mid-quality pearls, and you call it the price no different from before?" Seeing that the man was silent, Han Fei said telepathically, "You refused to trade inside because you knew that the venomous tulip couldn't be sold at such a high price. I admit that the venomous tulip is good, but ordinary people don't know it all. Even if they do, they won't know if the venomous tulip is as valuable as it's rumored to be until they take it. To put your venomous tulip in the trading hall, other people will offer a mid-quality spiritual weapon and 1,000,000 mid-quality pearls at most. It's hard to say whether they will give you the spiritual spring or not." Han Fei was not panicked at all. While talking, he immediately walked to the entrance of the second floor. "Wait a minute. A high-quality spiritual saber and 100 kilograms of spiritual spring." Han Fei shook his head. "I have a high-quality spiritual saber, but only 50 kilograms of spiritual spring. If you sell it, we'll trade. If you don't, forget it. I have a lot of spiritual fruits, anyway." The faceless man said angrily, "None of them is as good as the venomous tulip." Han Fei smiled, "But I have a lot of them." The man was speechless. He had nothing to say. This guy had bought all 12 trading halls. It seemed that he didn't need any venomous tulip at all. The man gritted his teeth and said, "Deal. We'll split the commission." A moment later, Han Fei really became a pauper after he came out of the trading hall. The deal was definitely not small. He underestimated the value of a high-quality spiritual weapon in the level 3 fishery. It was true that his saber was robbed from the armorist who tried to kill him a few days ago. However, the spiritual spring and mid-quality pearls were both his. Just 10% of the commission cost nearly 500,000 mid-quality pearls, which made his heart ache. However, the faceless man probably felt the same. He asked for 1,000,000 mid-quality pearls not because he wanted money, but because he wanted the buyer to cover the commission. Of course, Han Fei didn't regret it. Although the venomous tulip and the spiritual spring were only worth 5,000,000 mid-quality pearls, it was actually far more than that. In fact, many people knew the value of the venomous tulip, but it was useless if they couldn't afford it. Or rather, those who could afford it were unwilling to pay such a high price for a chance. Han Fei was so extravagant because he felt that it was too easy to make money in the level 3 fishery. At least in the eyes of others, Han Fei was a spendthrift. Next to every trading hall on the Spectre, there was a staircase not far away, which was convenient to go to the second floor. When Han Fei walked up to the second floor, he found that the scene on this floor was quite similar to the first floor, except that the trading hall had been replaced by an intelligence hall. Han Fei didn't know if there were 12 intelligence offices in this place too. He didn't intend to stroll around, but went straight to the nearest intelligence hall. However, when he was about to enter the door, 2 faceless men blocked his way. To enter the intelligence hall, you need to pay 100,000 mid-quality pearls, or something of equal value. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Wherever he went, he had to pay. The way the Spectre made money was much more ruthless than the dragon boat. Having no choice, Han Fei could only take out another 100,000 mid-quality pearls. He pondered that if he wanted to buy information at this rate, he might not even have enough money on him. However, when Han Fei paid the money, the faceless man handed him a fish-skin map and said, "This is part of the past intelligence, free of charge." Han Fei was surprised. So good. This was definitely the first F***king benefit he got on the Spectre. Past intelligence was still intelligence. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. Entering the intelligence hall, Han Fei looked around and found one private room after another. At the door of each private room, a faceless man stood. Han Fei randomly picked one and asked, "How much is the intelligence?" "Please come in." Chapter 386. The intelligence office was obviously of a higher standard than the trading office. Why? Because the intelligence was more confidential. If there were too many people, why would he need to read the intelligence? Han Fei and the faceless man looked at each other, only to hear the voice of a woman. "What intelligence do you need, Your Excellency?" Han Fei was about to ask Xia Shaochan and the others. But on second thought, the intelligence of the Spectre was not trustworthy yet, so Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "I want to ask about Han Fei." The woman wasn't surprised, but opened a small window behind her. On the other side of the window, someone seemed to be communicating with her. After about 10 seconds, the woman seemed to have learned something. So she looked at Han Fei and said, "Although Han Fei appeared nearby a few days ago, the price of his intelligence has risen from 500,000 mid-quality pearls to 5,000,000. Do you still want to know?" 5,000,000? Han Fei was speechless. Have I become so F***ing expensive? The bounty on the wanted list is only 500,000, isn't it? Dumb. While Han Fei was hesitating whether or not to ask, someone knocked on the small window behind the faceless woman. After about 10 seconds, the faceless woman looked at Han Fei weirdly. "Your Excellency Han Fei, you're very lucky. My boss said that it's quite interesting for you to ask about yourself. So, the intelligence about yourself is free." Hiss! Han Fei suddenly stood up. "Do you know who I am?" The faceless woman smiled casually. "Don't panic. Do you still want to know?" Han Fei was shocked. Was he discovered so easily? Did she know who he was the whole time? What if he was used by someone with ulterior motives? At this moment, Han Fei became vigilant. He couldn't stay on the Spectre any longer. He had to leave as soon as possible. But now that things had come to this point, Han Fei could only sit down. After all, if the other party wanted to attack him, they would have done it a long time ago. Why would they ask him to go to the trading office to buy goods? The faceless woman said calmly, Han Fei male, 15 years old, intermediate dangling fisher. Han Fei male, 15, intermediate dangling fisher. Contractual spiritual beast, exotic mantis shrimp, suspected to be legendary, legendary unknown creature contractual spiritual beast. Exotic mantis shrimp, suspected to be legendary, legendary unknown creature origin. Thug Academy, Blue Sea Town, below the 1,000-star city brief story 1. He made his debut in the black market of the Dragon Boat. He killed 3 experts of the same level with 1 sword strike and forced his way out of the Dragon Boat. As a junior dangling fisher, he survived the attacks of 4 peak-level dangling fishers and killed 2 of them. Brief Story 2. According to Brief Story 1, Han Fei offended the Sun family of the 1,000-star city because he obtained the sea token, so he was hunted. Brief Story 3. Han Fei was hunted down and forced to enter the Seaborn Prairie. He is suspected to have something to do with the disappearance of the Big Red Trunk and is suspected to be the instigator of the turmoil in the Seaborn Prairie. Brief Story 4. A few days ago, he killed more than 100 dangling fishers in a battle less than 20,000 kilometers away from the Seaborn Prairie. Some people call him Demon Han. The faceless woman looked at Han Fei. Comprehensive evaluation. Your ranking on the wanted list may be updated soon. I predict at least top 5. On the other side, the faceless woman was talking about Han Fei. That was just a brief account. There was a long list of suspicions and speculations about the Spectre itself. Han Fei was dumbfounded and felt a chill on his back. Goodoo! Seeing that Han Fei's eyes were about to pop out, the faceless woman said calmly, "Rest assured, the Spectre has its own rules. As long as you're on the Spectre, no matter who you are, what you've done, and what opportunities you've obtained, it has nothing to do with us. We won't do anything outrageous to you." Han Fei felt that his heart was pounding crazily. After a long time, he struggled to ask, "Do people only have to pay 5 million mid-quality pearls to buy my intelligence?" The faceless woman nodded softly. "Of course, as long as they have money. Of course. The reason why you're so valuable is mainly because you have the sea token. Excluding the intelligence on the sea token, your intelligence is probably only worth 1 million mid-quality pearls." Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could a single token be worth 4 of him? However, the intelligence on the Spectre had already shocked him. If they weren't tempted by the sea token, even though he had it, it meant that the owner of the ship was terrifying. Similarly, if they weren't tempted by the sea token, it meant that the Spectre was indeed the safest place in the level 3 fishery as rumored. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "How much is the intelligence on the sea token?" Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, since the Spectre was so awesome, did they have the intelligence on the sea token too? The faceless woman talked to the person in the window behind her for a moment and then looked back at Han Fei. "The intelligence on the sea token is worth 20 million mid-quality pearls. Do you need it, sir?" "Pooh!" Han Fei almost staggered to the ground. "I've swept through 12 trading halls and bought more than 4,000 spiritual fruits with only 20 million mid-quality pearls. You want 20 million for a piece of intelligence." Han Fei immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. "Am I crazy? I'm spending 20 million for an answer that I'm bound to know in the future?" Han Fei quickly changed his question. "Where's Xia Shaochan?" "The Xia Shaochan who ranks 32nd on the wanted list." The faceless woman negotiated for a while and then turned to Han Fei. "The intelligence on Xia Shaochan costs 1 million mid-quality pearls. I'll buy it. Wait a moment. Can you check the intelligence on Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and Luo Xiaobai for me?" It was not the time to worry about money anymore. The level 3 fishery was too dangerous. Han Fei wondered if he should try to gather his team. Then, with the strength of 5 people, they could go anywhere. However, a moment later, the faceless woman only brought 2 jade slips and said, "There's only intelligence on Xia Shaochan and Zhang Xuanyu. There's nothing special about the other 2, so there's no intelligence on them." "How much is the intelligence on Zhang Xuanyu?" The faceless woman said casually, "Only 200,000. Han Fei was lost for words. Zhang Xuanyu wasn't good enough. After such a long fuss, he was only worth 200,000. However, there was no news about Lu Ringquang and Luo Xiaobai. He wondered where they were right now, seeing that it only cost 2 million mid-quality pearls. Han Fei paid the bill without hesitation. However, after he paid the bill, he was penniless. He had spent all the mid-quality pearls that he robbed and sold. He wondered if old Bai would be infuriated if he told him that he had spent more than 20 million in a few hours. Han Fei was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and turned around. "How much is the intelligence on Sun Mu, Mo Fian, and Yang Diu worth? I only want the intelligence on their location in the level 3 fishery. Nothing else." The faceless woman nodded and sent a message through the window before she reported, "If it's just the intelligence on the level 3 fishery, it's very cheap. Because the 3 of them are not hiding, it only costs 1 million. Han Fei thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed not expensive. The 3 of them together were worth less than 1/5 of his own. What a bunch of garbage. Han Fei nodded. "However, I would like to ask, what's the price of spiritual stones on the Spectre? There are no mid-quality pearls left." The faceless woman was stunned for a moment. "Are you talking about spiritual stones?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, spiritual stones." The faceless woman sat down. "Outside, 1 low-quality spiritual stone can be exchanged for 10,000 mid-quality pearls. Depending on the level of spiritual stones, the exchange price is usually 5 to 10 times higher. But on the Spectre, 1 low-quality spiritual stone can only be exchanged for about 5,000 mid-quality pearls. It depends on the quality of the spiritual stones you provide." Han Fei frowned. How could a low-quality spiritual stone be so valuable? 1 low-quality spiritual stone only contained a little more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell me something about spiritual stones?" Han Fei pondered. Few people in the level 3 fishery knew about spiritual stones. He didn't learn about spiritual stones from books, but from the demon purification pot. Usually he just regarded spiritual stones as a source of spiritual energy and didn't pay much attention to them. However, when he looked at the exchange rate, he noticed something different. The faceless woman communicated with the window again and looked at Han Fei. "The information about spiritual stones is only 500,000 mid-quality pearls. You can buy it and read it later." Han Fei's face immediately turned gloomy. The Spectre was good, but it was too demanding. It's just knowledge dissemination, yet the fee is so expensive. That's too damn evil. In the end, Han Fei got the information about Sun Mu and the others, and the information about spiritual stones after paying 20 low-quality spiritual stones. When he paid, Han Fei heaved a long sigh. He was too poor. However, the faceless woman said casually, "Intelligence and information seem expensive, but they are actually more valuable than pearls for those who need them. Mid-quality pearls are easy to get, but intelligence is hard to get." Han Fei snorted and acquiesced. But fortunately he got what he wanted. He thought that if he took out the spiritual stones on the dragon boat, he probably wouldn't be able to get away. The faceless woman said, "Please come with me. Your total consumption on the Spectre today has reached 30 million mid-quality pearls. In case anyone is watching you, please leave through the secret passage." Chapter 387. The secret passage of the Spectre was like a sewer. Anyway, the conditions were not good. It was dark and narrow, and Han Fei didn't know where it led to. The faceless woman said, "Your Excellency, just go straight along the road. You can go out of any door with a villain on it. However, please conceal your knife intent. It's a bit too intense." Han Fei was briefly stunned. Why didn't he feel anything when someone said that his knife intent was too intense? He didn't think it was a big deal. Even if he did, how could he conceal it? He wouldn't. All Han Fei could do was try to calm himself down and try to be like an ordinary person. Han Fei didn't completely trust the faceless woman, who knew what was in the passage. So he asked the hexagon starfish telepathically, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, is there a seal here? If I use a flash stone, can I flash out?" The hexagon starfish, who had been pretending to be a weakling, responded, "There's no smell of a seal. If there is, I can break it." Hearing the hexagon starfish's words, Han Fei nodded and walked into the long and narrow passage. After walking for about 5 kilometers, Han Fei finally saw the first door with a villain on it. However, what made him speechless was, who the hell painted this sculpture? It was simply hideous. The so-called murderer on the door was a bare-chested man with a curly beard. His eyebrows were raised and his eyes were fierce. He held a large axe in his hand and looked like he was going to chop someone up. How ugly. Han Fei didn't choose to go out from the first door. According to the faceless woman, there seemed to be a lot of doors with villains on them. So he decided to choose a more random one. At the same time, Han Fei said to the hexagon starfish, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, cast a concealment array on me. It's safe here. Bullsh *T. I don't know if it's safe outside. I've spent too much money today. I might be targeted." His shoulder wriggled, and an invisible array fell on Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, you're much better at arrays than I am. How long have you learned them?" "I haven't learned them yet. I just learned them." Han Fei. Han Fei didn't want to talk. Was this the benefit of inheritance? "I've been reading the spirit-gathering scripture for a year, but I still can't figure out the formation." He didn't even learn it, but he already knew it. He really didn't know what to say. About half an hour later, Han Fei walked to the door of the ninth slayer and pushed the door open. Outside, there was no way to disembark. After Han Fei went out, he found himself in a corner of the cabin. There was no one around. Han Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. When he was done, he turned around to take a look and muttered to the door, "How ugly." After walking a few hundred meters away, Han Fei said to the hexagon starfish, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, let me tell you, don't pick up the golden junk next time. It's fine. Bring me to explore more secret realms. If we cooperate, we can go anywhere in the level 3 fishery." Hexagon Starfish is timid. What's the point of talking to it? While Han Fei was fooling the hexagon starfish, a hoarse and plain laughter suddenly came from the corner. In an instant, Han Fei's hair all stood on end. Had he been approached? Subconsciously, Han Fei took out the blood-drinking knife and prepared to defend himself. The other party was so close to him, but he didn't even notice him. His strength was definitely not to be underestimated. When Han Fei looked in the direction of the voice, he saw a faceless man in the corner. But what shocked Han Fei even more was that this corner was not as dark as the one he had just come out of. Even if he couldn't perceive it with his spirit, he should have seen it with his eyes. However, he had ignored this place just now. Han Fei asked warily, "Who are you?" The man laughed in a deep voice. "I'm a faceless man." Han Fei frowned. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I don't have time to chat." However, the man laughed and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you worried that I will eat you? You have the smell of the 10,000-year-old big red trunk on you." "TSK. I haven't smelled it for a long time." Han Fei paused, and this time his face became extremely ugly. "What do you want?" "Sit." In a place like the Spectre, there were no so-called chairs, and it was still wet everywhere. However, the people who came here didn't care, so they had the habit of sitting on the ground. Although he had so many 10,000-year-old big red trunk, he didn't even dare to reveal the big red trunk, even though he had so many 10,000-year-old big red trunk. However, this man pointed it out casually. How could Han Fei not be shocked? Han Fei paused and then sat opposite the faceless man. What do you mean? The faceless man laughed. You want to kill me now? Don't worry, I'm not interested in the 10,000-year-old big red trunk. However, I'm very curious about you. Your physique actually exceeds that of a peak-level dangling fisher. How did you do it? Han Fei snorted. Opportunity. The man laughed. Thousands of people are looking for opportunities, but I have never seen anyone with such a strong physique. Forget it, I don't want to ask you. Boy, you just said the mask was ugly. What was ugly? Of course, Han Fei couldn't tell the truth, so he said casually, I said the mask was ugly. However, the man shrugged slightly. You mean the murderer carvings on the door are ugly? Han Fei was stunned again. Did you come out of the secret passage? The man chuckled. Of course. I agree. You won't believe it, but that thing is really ugly. I tried to modify it and sell it to the Spectre to make some money, but they didn't want it. Han Fei was speechless. Are UF * King crazy? Who do you think you are? Do you think they want it just because you sell it? However, Han Fei didn't show it on his face. He said casually, then keep drawing. Maybe one day you will meet the requirements of the Spectre. The man said, Why don't you draw one too? I'll sell it for you. Han Fei said coldly, Do you think I have nothing to do? The man subconsciously hesitated. I don't know if you have nothing to do, but I have nothing to do. I'm too lazy to move or go to sea. I'm already a salted fish. Han Fei said, Why don't you continue to be a salted fish, and I'll leave first? The man sneered. Go ahead. Let's be friends. Boy, you're going to be in trouble. As he spoke, the man found a pen and a fish skin drawing. Han Fei stared at him speechlessly for a long time. What the hell is wrong with me? It's so weird. However, as crazy as he was, he didn't think he was an ordinary person. In fact, he found that few people who dared to come to the Spectre were ordinary people. This place was full of experts. Perhaps experts thought differently from ordinary people. It was like geniuses always did things that ordinary people couldn't understand. Taking the pen, Han Fei drew in circles casually. In no more than 100 seconds, the image of a one-eyed skull with a red scarf on its head appeared on the paper. Under the skull, there were 2 pirate machetes. Yes, Han Fei had copied the pirate's standard pattern. However, it didn't matter. He didn't care about it. The faceless man exclaimed, Interesting. Boy, you're more suitable for ghost ships. Han Fei smiled disdainfully. I don't have the time to run ghost ships. The man smiled faintly. Fine. You're paranoid. Let me tell you, you're going to be in trouble. Pooh! Han Fei almost chopped the faceless man's head with the kitchen knife. I thought you were some F * King awesome guy, but you're telling me that you're going to be in trouble? Do I need you to tell me that? Han Fei got up speechlessly. I just did a divination for you two. Oh. Han Fei tilted his head and said, I told you that you're a salted fish who doesn't have any dreams. You're going to be in trouble. The faceless man. Naughty. Just when Han Fei was about to turn around, a black shadow suddenly flew over. Han Fei subconsciously caught it and took a look, only to find that it was a roll of fish skin. The faceless man smiled wickedly. If you encounter a disaster one day, open this map and it may save your life. Han Fei muttered, Are you crazy? He was about to throw the fish skin away, but he didn't think it was a good idea to do so in front of the faceless man. So, Han Fei stuffed the fish skin into Forge the Universe. Thank you. I hope you can continue to be a salted fish. Han Fei turned around and left, no longer staying. Although he was surprised by this man's strength, A strong lunatic was the scariest. Who knew what kind of crooked thoughts this guy had? Han Fei didn't stay on the Spectre for long. Although there might be a lot of opportunities here to fight for, he had become a pauper. He was penniless now. He didn't even have a mid-quality pearl. Behind Han Fei, the faceless man secretly smiled, closed the fish skin on the ground, and then murmured, "What a monster!" Chapter 388. When Han Fei left the Spectre, a lot of people happened to come to the Spectre, and he ran into 5 or 6 people head-on. However, because he was wearing a black robe and a mask, no one noticed him. When there was no one around, he quickly took off his clothes and mask and jumped into the sea. Although, in theory, he had intimidated many people with his strength. However, there were many experts on the Spectre ship, and he did not want to be recognized so quickly. Even if he could, he didn't have the time to fight. There were more important things than fighting now. At the first glimmer of dawn, a few thousand miles away, a red fishing boat was rushing on the sea, so fast that it looked like a red shadow on the sea. Some people noticed this fishing boat, but no one paid attention to it. Most people thought it was a Ghost Speed Divine boat. A small number of people knew that this was not the Ghost Speed Divine boat, but its speed seemed to be a bit faster than the Ghost Speed Divine boat. Thinking of him from the boat, no one went to provoke him. 10,000 miles away, Han Fei sat on the fishing boat with several jade slips in front of him. However, Han Fei wasn't looking at the jade slip at this moment. Instead, he was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by spiritual energy, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was guarding him. After a while, owner Han Fei level, 36 intermediate dangling fisher, spiritual energy, 12526 5001, spiritual heritage, LV5, high-grade spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 30, weapons, blue sea wandering dragon daggers, water dividing seal, blood drinking knife main art, void breaking technique, volume 4 of void fishing, demon level, divine quality. As the saying went, sharpening the knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. Improving one's spiritual meridians was extremely important. After the spiritual meridian was upgraded to upper LV5, it couldn't be upgraded anymore. However, it was a whole level higher than before. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his body was becoming lighter and more agile. Although it was not obvious, he felt as if something had happened to him. However, the spiritual vein was a long-term thing. It could only be slightly manifested during cultivation. Han Fei had no time to pay attention to the growth of the spiritual heritage, but looked at the demon purification pot. He had collected 5 creatures, and all of them were quite powerful. If he fused them, they would probably be as powerful as Little Gold and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, or even better. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. In the demon purification pot, it was an exotic iron wall shrimp. It was a mysterious, mutated devil ray. It was an exotic millennium snapper. It was an exotic mutated species, the snake-tentacled, shark-faced octopus. The last one was the cowardly divine seaweed octopus. Han Fei frowned. Fuse. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing no reaction from the demon purification pot, Han Fei said again, "Fuse." F asterisk CKU. Is it broken? Fuse. After waiting for a long time without any response, he suddenly noticed something. In the gray fog, the Millennium Snapper was shattering, becoming fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Oh yeah. Han Fei frowned. The Millennium Snapper was gone just like that? Why was it gone? Suddenly, Han Fei realized that the Millennium Snapper was a human being after all. Could it be that the demon purification pot could even tell that? So he was still short of a marine creature? Forget it. Let's just find another one. The fishery is so big and there are so many creatures. It doesn't matter if I'm late. After that, he grabbed a jade slip. The first one he paid attention to was naturally Xia Xiaochan, who seemed to be the most dangerous one. Xia Xiaochan's ranking on the wanted list was higher than his, and she had a short temper. If she really got angry, Han Fei wasn't sure who could take it. Besides, a short temper was nothing. But Xia Xiaochan's attack was really dangerous. Her combat power index was rising exponentially, which wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. Looking at the jade slip, Han Fei was sometimes surprised, sometimes angry, and sometimes glad. There were a lot of records on the jade slip. It said that Xia Xiaochan fought with others for treasures in the Cave of Death and went deep into dangerous places. A total of 34 people went in, but only Xia Xiaochan and another person came out. However, when the other person came out, he went crazy. After Xia Xiaochan came out, she began to kill without saying a word. She summoned and fused with the giant arowana, killed 2 enemies, and then fled with heavy injuries. When he saw the word heavily injured, Han Fei was shocked. He knew that Xia Xiaochan would be weak for a while after her attack. During this period, her strength would be greatly reduced. If someone took advantage of her, it would be very dangerous. Fortunately, she escaped. But here came the problem of the giant arowana. Different from the town, the level 3 fishery seemed to have more comprehensive information. Some people said that they had seen a creature called the giant arowana in ancient books. It was a kind of sea creature from the unknown place, extremely powerful and not something that ordinary people could awaken. Based on this, the specter speculated that Xia Xiaochan carried an unknown exotic bloodline. In addition to the spiritual heritage, the jade slip also introduced Xia Xiaochan's origin, spiritual beasts, contractual spiritual beasts, and related deduction investigations. Finally, there was a piece of information that surprised Han Fei the most. Xia Xiaochan was suspected to have obtained a divine weapon and was forced to enter the undersea city. Yes, the news that Han Fei got before was that Xia Xiaochan had appeared near the undersea city. However, the information given by the specter was that Xia Xiaochan was forced to hide in the undersea city. This was what Han Fei was anxious about. After reading Xia Xiaochan's whereabouts, Han Fei's face was already not very good. Then, he quickly looked at Zhang Xuanyu's jade slip. It read, Zhang Xuanyu, male, 15 years old, junior dangling fisher spiritual beast, bloodthirsty shark contractual spiritual beast, golden water silkworm origin, Thug Academy, Blue Sea Town, 1000-star city initial event. When Zhang Xuanyu first came to the level 3 fishery, he accidentally entered the flowstone pit and was subdued by a strong master to mine in the flowstone pit. Later, because he led the oppressed dangling fishers to fight back, he was almost killed. When he saw this, Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. Almost killed? That's terrible. If Zhang Xuanyu died, Han Fei was sure that the 4 of them would definitely attack the flowstone pit crazily. Fortunately, it was recorded that Zhang Xuanyu was rescued by someone, and then it was said that he blew up the flowstone pit and led 37 people to resist the oppression. Finally, he robbed those strong masters of the flowstone pit and then fled without a trace. According to the intelligence, 26 people led by Zhang Xuanyu died, and 11 of them ran away without a trace. It was said that he was being hunted. The last time he appeared was about 10,000 kilometers away from the abyssal chasm. This time, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Xuanyu's luck was not very good. However, the direction of his escape was the abyssal chasm that he was looking for. Han Fei thought that he had to go to the abyssal chasm as soon as possible. Zhang Xuanyu might not be able to withstand a terrifying place like the abyssal chasm alone. What made Han Fei helpless was that Zhang Xuanyu was too far away from him. Xia Xiaochan was fine, but the abyssal chasm was 200,000 kilometers away from where he was now. This meant that he would have to control the wind god boat for nearly 4 days without rest to reach the place where Zhang Xuanyu disappeared. According to the intelligence, Zhang Xuanyu should be in a state of fleeing at this moment, so it was impossible for him to stay in the same place for 4 days. For this reason, Han Fei immediately flipped through the records of exploration of the abyssal chasm given to him by Yang Ruyan. After a while, Han Fei felt a headache coming on. It was not that Yang Ruyan lied to him. It was just that this records of exploration of the abyssal chasm was too complicated, covering hundreds of years of exploration history of the abyssal chasm. Among them, the dangerous places near the abyssal chasm had covered a radius of 50,000 kilometers. There were no less than 10 open secret realms and no less than 50 hidden secret realms. The point was that the abyssal chasm was said to be extremely dangerous. Even if he went there, it would be a problem whether he could find Zhang Xuanyu, let alone help him. Han Fei thought to himself, "It's not that I don't care about friends, but the place you chose is 2F** King, embarrassing. Even I don't dare to go there, but you went there." After reading the intelligence of the two, Han Fei didn't immediately digest the gains on the ghost ship this time, but ran directly in the direction of the undersea city. In theory, Zhang Xuanyu should be in more danger. His ability to escape should not be as good as Xia Xiaochan's. However, Han Fei didn't ignore one thing. When Zhang Xuanyu was still a fishing master, he drifted from other towns to the Blue Sea town. Although Zhang Xuanyu didn't seem to be so strong, Han Fei knew that this guy was not simple since he was admitted to the Thug Academy. To put it bluntly, Zhang Xuanyu was a genius, the only guy who had grown to this day by creating his own combat skills. On the way, Han Fei checked the intelligence of the Sun Mu trio. He had some doubts before. Mo Fian and Yang Diu were definitely not Sun Mu's helpers. It was just that they seemed to have reached an agreement before. He mainly looked at Sun Mu's intelligence. As for the other two, Han Fei felt that they just had nothing to do, so they came here to meddle in his business. His original intention might not have been for himself. After a while, Han Fei was speechless. The intelligence said that Sun Mu came to the level 3 fishery to gain experience and had a business relationship with Han Fei. The intelligence only said that Sun Mu came to the level 3 fishery to gain experience and had a business relationship with Han Fei. This intelligence was very clever. It successfully avoided the real reason why the Sun family was hunting Han Fei and didn't mention any information about the sea token. This intelligence was very clever. It successfully avoided the real reason why the Sun family was hunting Han Fei and didn't mention any information about the sea token. The intelligence showed that the Sun family was a big family in the Thousand Star City. They had a deep foundation in the level 3 fishery, and there were people from the Sun family on almost every dragon boat. Of course, Han Fei guessed that the people living on the top floors of the dragon boats were probably from these big families. Therefore, there must be more than just the Sun family. There should be many people from big families. The intelligence described the process of the Sun family hunting Han Fei, including that the Sun family had lost nearly 20 peak-level dangling fishers. Han Fei himself was shocked by this number. When the hell did I kill so many people? There seemed to be only 7 or 8 people who died in my hands, right? Could it be that those guys who turned into fish were also killed by me? When Han Fei continued to read, his face became even uglier. Sun Mu actually announced that he had obtained divine weapons, extraordinary spiritual fruits, and dozens of heaven-level combat skills in the seaborne grassland? Divine, extraordinary, and heaven. Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei was speechless. That's just making things up. This guy is trying to build me into a moving treasure house. However, he was immediately shocked. If this was the case, then there would be no ordinary people hunting him. But what if there were still people who dared to hunt him? Then these people were definitely the strongest of the strong. In the previous battle, he killed 2 peak-level dangling fishers on the spot. Han Fei could predict that those hunting him in the future would probably all be peak-level dangling fishers. Bastard, don't let me catch you again. If I meet you again, even if I don't kill you, I'll cripple you. In the intelligence, there was also the matter that Sun Mu had arranged people to go to the undersea city. Han Fei's face became even uglier. This little b** starred was too insidious. If he already knew about Xia Xiaochan, then Zhang Xuanyu's matter couldn't be hidden from him. Han Fei could see through his mind at a glance. He just wanted to catch them and then use them to threaten him to hand over the sea token. Han Fei couldn't help but drive the wind god boat to the fastest speed. For others, the level 3 fishery at this moment was no different from usual, and their main purpose was to hunt for treasures and improve their strength. However, for him, Xia Xiaochan, and the others, the difficulty level had been greatly increased. In the previous intelligence, it didn't say that Xia Xiaochan's strength had improved. That was to say, she was still a junior dangling fisher. In this case, unless Xia Xiaochan had an attack, there was almost no chance for her to compete head-on with a peak-level dangling fisher. Just when Han Fei was controlling the wind god boat to rush, on the dragon boat, someone had spent a lot of money to adjust the wanted list. Among them, the one that attracted the most attention was that Han Fei ranked 3rd on the wanted list. Chapter 389. The seaborne grassland was actually not close to the undersea city. The distance was about 150,000 kilometers. Even if the wind god boat didn't stop for a moment, it would take more than 2 days. In the past 2 days, Han Fei had consumed hundreds of thousands of points of spiritual energy without stopping for a moment. At the same time, he also took a look at the information related to spirit stones. It turned out that spiritual stones were actually not rare. The reason why they weren't popular in the level 3 fishery was that they weren't used in the level 3 fishery at all. Spiritual stones could be said to be a kind of currency or a kind of energy. Unlike mid-quality pearls with strong purchasing power could barely be used on dragon boats. On the ghost boat, this thing was like 1 yuan, the most basic unit of currency. According to the information, spiritual stones could be used as a high-level currency even on dragon boats. Now Han Fei knew why this information was valuable. It was not because of the value of spiritual stones, but because this information involved some common currencies in the unknown place. It turned out that in the unknown place, people usually used high-quality and ultra-quality pearls. Among them, ultra-quality pearls were almost equivalent to low-quality spiritual stones. This was also the reason why the exchange rate of low-quality spiritual stones and mid-quality pearls was so high. From the price, a place could be measured. From the information about spiritual stones, it could be guessed that the difficulty level of the unknown place was probably much higher than that of the level 3 fishery. Otherwise, how could a rare thing like spiritual stones be turned into a currency? Since it was a currency, no matter how advanced it was, in a sense, a commodity that everyone had. It was just that people had different amounts of spiritual stones because of their different abilities. Han Fei couldn't imagine how dangerous the unknown place was, where even spiritual stones had become commonplace. After all, profits were always linked to risks. However, Han Fei didn't intend to waste his spiritual stones anymore. At most, he could rob a few more people. Anyway, judging from the current situation, even if he didn't want to rob them, they would come to rob him. A day and a half later, Han Fei stopped the boat. It was not because the wind god boat consumed too much spiritual energy, but because he thought that after he arrived at the undersea city, he might face the pursuit of strong masters again. Therefore, before that, he needed to deduce the camouflage technique first. Camouflage technique, mystic level, mid-quality. Remark: a disguise spell created based on the camouflage characteristics of sea creatures. In a stationary state, it could fool most people's vision. Drawback: low level, useless against spiritual perception-deduced art. Hallucination deduction cost 0/30,000. Han Fei was amused when he saw the consumption of the deduction. It had been a long time since he encountered a low-level technique that only required 5 digits of spiritual energy to deduce. In just 10 breaths of time, a new cultivation method appeared. Psychedelic spell. Spirit level, mid-grade note. Disguise yourself according to the hallucinatory ability of marine creatures and release hallucinatory characteristics to the outside world. Disadvantage: it's almost useless for spirit gatherers. Deduction: illusion deduction cost 0/1000000. Han Fei was taken aback, almost ineffective against spirit gatherers. The next moment, he realized that all spirit gatherers had practiced pupil techniques. They could see through the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, so it was not difficult for them to see through this hallucinatory characteristic. After all, this was not an illusion. After another deduction, this psychedelic spell became the soul confusion spell and became a spirit-level, divine quality one. But the drawback was that it didn't have much influence on spirit gatherers and couldn't be foolproof. So, Han Fei continued to deduce it twice. In the end, Han Fei forcibly deduced this mystic level, mid-quality camouflage technique into the demon level, divine quality, thousand faces technique. Although Han Fei could continue to deduce it, it was no longer necessary. Thousand faces technique, demon level, divine quality. Note: a technique created by combining the characteristics of 1,000 kinds of marine psychedelic creatures. It can control the changes of various parts of the body by controlling the flow of spiritual energy in the body. Disadvantage: unable to control the changes of bones. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost. 0/1000000. Han Fei didn't want to continue the deduction. Although he could support the deduction of the 1,000 faces technique with spiritual energy, once a demon-level technique became a heaven-level technique, it would be much more difficult to deduce it. These were two completely different realms. Han Fei was afraid that once he deduced it, he would have to spend a lot of time practicing it, so he might as well do it now. Jiang Tong was a peak-level dangling fisher and was used to being alone. At this moment, he was cursing. Damn it! What happened in the undersea city? Why did so many people suddenly pop up? Jiang Tong hadn't boarded a dragon boat for 2 months. Before, he had discovered a secret realm and made a great profit. He had obtained a Tian-level battle skill and a high-grade spiritual staff without a sealed spirit. He was overjoyed. However, as soon as he came out of the secret realm, he ran into 3 peak-level dangling fishers and 2 advanced dangling fishers. This encounter scared him so much that he peed his pants. As a result, he was chased all the way. If it weren't for the fact that he was used to being alone, and if it weren't for the fact that his spiritual beast, the golden water snake, was extremely fast, he would have been killed. But who could have expected that he would encounter 3 groups of people on the way? Except for the first group, there were no peak-level dangling fishers. Jiang Tong gritted his teeth. It seems that I can't stay in the undersea city anymore. I have to change places quickly to the 10,000 Smoke Valley. Well, as a result, as soon as Jiang Tong took out the fishing boat, he saw a red shadow rushing at him from the sea. Ghost Speed Divine Boat, son of AB***. Jiang Tong was so scared that he put away the fishing boat, dived into the water, and swam desperately to the bottom of the sea. Jiang Tong almost cried. In the level 3 fishery, there were only a few people who could afford a Ghost Speed Divine Boat. Damn it, such people were rushing at him. Why didn't he run away? Not to mention that he was a peak-level dangling fisher. Even if he was at the peak of the peak, he was still no match for these rich kids, peerless geniuses, and freaks. At this moment, Jiang Tong, who was possessed by his spiritual beast, wished he had 10 tails so that he could run faster. He regretted it. He hadn't been to the dragon boat for too long, so the flash stones on him had been used up. This time he would definitely buy flash stones as if they were free. Huh? Han Fei exclaimed in surprise. He originally wanted to catch a person and ask for information. However, the person reacted very fast and dived into the sea in the blink of an eye. A peak-level dangling fisher? Han Fei saw that because the person was too anxious just now, after being possessed by his spiritual beast, there was a sudden acceleration. That acceleration directly caused the sea surface to rise tens of meters high. Even if he was not a peak-level dangling fisher, he should be an advanced dangling fisher or close to it. Swish! The wind god boat was put away. Attach. With little gold attached to his body, Han Fei grew a pair of wings on his back and dived directly into the water. He chased quickly along the water traces that had not yet disappeared in the water. At this moment, Han Fei's strength was not that of an ordinary intermediate dangling fisher at all. Whether it was his physique, strength, or speed, after the breakthrough of the indestructible body art, he had undergone earth-shaking changes. For a moment, a golden-red shadow in the water was as fast as lightning, chasing the green shadow ahead. He had to admit that the speed of a peak-level great fishing master was terrifying. If it was before, Han Fei wouldn't be sure, but now he was sure. The person ahead was definitely an outstanding peak-level dangling fisher, because his speed was at least 30% faster than that of ordinary peak-level dangling fishers. If it weren't for little gold, even if he exerted the shadow-swimming art to the extreme, he would only be able to tie with the opponent at most. After about half an hour, Han Fei finally caught up with the man. He was only a kilometer away from him. Jiang Tong was almost crying. Who the F***ck did I offend? I'm just a lonely treasure hunter. I'm really just passing by. I'm leaving soon. Seeing that Han Fei was already 500 meters away, Jiang Tong suddenly gritted his teeth, paused, and threw 2 mid-quality spiritual weapons at Han Fei. BAM! 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 Han Fei was speechless. I haven't done anything to you yet. You're a peak-level great fishing master, but you still want to blow up your divine weapons to run away? And you blew up 2 of them at once. Swish! A knife light cut through the water, and the seawater turbulence and powerful impact energy caused by the explosion of 2 mid-quality spiritual weapons were cut into 2 pieces. Jiang Tong was dumbfounded. Impossible. I blew up 3 mid-quality spiritual weapons. But they didn't even stop me for 2 seconds? Jiang Tong only saw a young man landing 100 meters away from him, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. The 2 looked at each other and blinked. Jiang Tong was speechless. An intermediate dangling fisher? How is it possible? Han Fei shouted, Hey, why are you running when you see me? Jiang Tong's face changed, and he thought, Who on earth is this person? An intermediate dangling fisher owns a ghost speed divine boat? An intermediate dangling fisher is even faster than me? An intermediate dangling fisher cut off the explosion of 2 mid-quality spiritual weapons with 1 knife? Jiang Tong didn't know Han Fei's strength, but he knew that he must not treat him as an ordinary intermediate dangling fisher. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Jiang Tong asked, Who are you? Why are you chasing me? Chapter 390. At the bottom of the sea, Jiang Tong released his aura, holding a high-quality spiritual weapon in his hand and condensing a battle suit on his body. Han Fei glanced at this person weirdly. It was the first time he had seen someone in a battle suit, and this battle suit turned out to be a high-quality spiritual weapon. However, this battle suit obviously didn't match Jiang Tong's chubby body. It shouldn't be his own. Han Fei put away the blood-drinking knife and looked at Jiang Tong curiously. You are quite strong. Can I ask you a few questions? Jiang Tong's pupils constricted slightly. I guessed right. This person is not simple. Facing me, not only is he not afraid, but he also looks like he has to answer my questions. Jiang Tong resisted the urge to attack and said with a sullen face, What questions? You are so strong. Do you know anything about Xia Shaochan? Jiang Tong was taken aback. Who is Xia Shaochan? Han Fei was also taken aback. You don't know? Jiang Tong asked, Should I know? Han Fei was silent for a while. How long has it been since you last contacted other people? Jiang Tong said in surprise, 2 months. What's wrong? Han Fei was lost for words. Forget it. Pretend I didn't ask. Well, that's all. How about I exchange something with you? Jiang Tong's heart suddenly tightened, and he said with an ugly face, No, my weapons and battle suits were exchanged with my life. I won't exchange them even if I die. Han Fei shrugged. I don't want your sword and battle suit. Jiang Tong looked serious. I won't give you my swallowing seashell. Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. I don't want your swallowing seashell either. Jiang Tong was surprised. Isn't this person here to rob me? He couldn't help but ask. Then what do you want? Han Fei curled his lips and said, How about I exchange my fishing boat with you? Huh. Jiang Tong was dumbfounded and asked weakly, You want to exchange your ghost speed divine boat with my fishing boat? Seeing that Jiang Tong mistook his fishing boat for a ghost speed divine boat, Han Fei didn't explain, but just smiled. You wish. I'll exchange your fishing boat with a slightly more ordinary one. It may be a little worse than yours, but it can still run nearly 2,000 kilometers every hour. There were many fishing boats in the sea, swallowing seashells that Han Fei looted earlier. He had kept the one with the best condition, which was originally for the convenience of his identity. However, considering that he had to find Xia Xiaochan as soon as possible, the speed of more than 2,000 kilometers was too slow. Just now, although he only caught a glimpse of it, he could tell that this person's fishing boat was of extraordinary quality, and its speed was at least more than 3,000 kilometers per hour. Jiang Tong's face turned gloomy again. So, you want to rob me of my boat? Han Fei curled his lips. How can you call it robbery? It's just a Jianghu emergency. Han Fei smiled, and then his face turned cold. You don't want to give it to me? Jiang Tong felt that 10,000 iron-head fish were galloping in his heart. You're robbing me. I'm not angry yet. Why did you change your face? Jiang Tong was used to being alone. Seeing Han Fei's aggressive posture, he said angrily, I admit that you are strong, but do you think you can beat me? Hey! Han Fei grinned and disappeared with a swoosh. Jiang Tong was stunned, only to see dozens of spiritual weapons appear around Han Fei in an instant. At that time, he was speechless. A rich prodigal? Jiang Tong didn't want to be outdone. Although Han Fei had a lot of spiritual weapons, their quality was not good. So he slashed the long sword forward, and suddenly the long sword split into countless sword shadows. At this moment, under the sea, sword chi and knife light flashed, making clanking sounds. 9-star chain. Doppelganger. Han Fei was looking triumphantly at the 9-star chain buckling a figure, but the next second he couldn't laugh anymore. This guy can even doppelganger? However, Han Fei soon recognized it. With his pupil technique, he could see through the supply of spiritual energy and easily distinguish the real from the fake. Obviously, although Jiang Tong's combat skill was surprising, its level was not high. It should be around spirit level ultra quality or demon level low quality. Water stirring seal technique. Han Fei held a big seal in one hand and smashed it at Jiang Tong, but the latter suddenly attached to his contractual spiritual beast and flashed away in the blink of an eye. Wasn't this combat skill similar to Xia Xiaochan's flash? In Han Fei's ear, the hexagon starfish said, It's the power of the fallen leaf starfish. Han Fei said, Tell me where he will flash next time. Jiang Tong said, You are not weak, but you can't kill me. What do you think? Let's go our separate ways and not interfere with each other? Haha. When Han Fei attacked again, Jiang Tong flashed away again. But this time he was not as lucky as the last time. As soon as Jiang Tong appeared, he saw a fierce and explosive knife light, just dozens of meters in front of him. Sword and shield. BM, puff! Jiang Tong was directly sent flying. He still wanted to escape, but suddenly he found that a purple beam of light rose around him. Array. Yes, this array was the hexagon starfish's 6-gate array. Han Fei liked this array very much, but it was a pity that this was an inherited array of the hexagon starfish, which was exclusive and others couldn't learn it. Before Jiang Tong counterattacked, a big net was cast down. Seeing this net, Jiang Tong cried, This is F** king cheating. How can I fight this battle? There is a trap array and a spirit forbidden net, and the opponent is very strong. If it weren't for the battle suit on him, he would have been seriously injured, even if he didn't die. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Jiang Tong in the net. Look, I told you to exchange with me. You should have exchanged with me earlier. Jiang Tong smiled bitterly. Brother, you are such a big shot. Why do you want to embarrass a small character like me? Han Fei grinned. I have to say, your method is very weird. You're the only one who survived my drawing technique. I'll give you a chance. Give me the boat and the battle suit, and I'll let you go. Jiang Tong's face stiffened. My battle suit, Han Fei interrupted. I can also take it away if I kill you. Okay. Han Fei was very surprised. He didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. However, he just smiled faintly. In the face of life and death, the battle suit was nothing. After putting away the spirit-forbidden net, Jiang Tong suddenly bounced up, the battle suit floating in front of him, and said coldly, I can give you the boat, but not the battle suit. If you want to rob me, I will blow myself up now. Han Fei really wanted to slap himself. He was not a bloodthirsty person by nature, so he really didn't want to kill this person. He thought to himself, with the spirit-forbidden net here, this person should be scared. However, as soon as he put away the net, this person was going to blow himself up. Han Fei was speechless. Of course, he knew that there was a gap between peak-level dangling fishers. Although this person in front of him was not as strong as Sun Mu and the other two, he was probably not much weaker. If the other party was determined to blow himself up, he might not be able to resist it. Han Fei waved his hand and said, Forget it, keep the battle suit. Give me the boat, and we'll go our separate ways. Jiang Tong's eyes flickered. Han Fei's strength was completely beyond his imagination. Besides, the other party even had the spirit-forbidden net. He couldn't be an ordinary person at all. He had only seen the spirit-forbidden net before. The value of a spirit-forbidden net was probably comparable to that of an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, or even more precious. Okay. Although Jiang Tong was reluctant, he wouldn't fight with Han Fei over a fishing boat. Otherwise, in the end, the battle suit and spiritual sword he had just obtained were all blown up, which would be a big loss. On the sea, Jiang Tong still kept the battle suit floating, ready to blow himself up at any time. At this moment, 2 fishing boats were floating on the sea. Han Fei stood on Jiang Tong's fishing boat without hesitation, and then rolled his eyes and said, Hey, brother, you don't seem to be weak. Let's do something big together. How about it? Jiang Tong shook his head with a black face. No. Han Fei said, Don't. Let me tell you, as long as you deal with it properly, you can easily get millions of mid-quality pearls. Jiang Tong sneered. Brother, although I'm a loner, I actually know everything. The reason why you want to exchange fishing boats with me is that you want to do something special. You can't use the Ghost Speed Divine Boat, and ordinary fishing boats are too slow. You don't even dare to use the Ghost Speed Divine Boat. How dare I go with you? Unless my head is pinched by a swallowing seashell. Han Fei was speechless. F***CK. You're playing too much in your head. Han Fei said, Don't worry. Let me tell you, they're all intermediate and advanced dangling fishers. It's easy to beat them. Jiang Tong glanced at Han Fei. Don't lie to me. I have been chased many times along the way, and there are peak-level dangling fishers everywhere. You want to go? Go by yourself. Han Fei was shocked. F***CK. There are peak-level dangling fishers everywhere. Han Fei was shocked. Fortunately, Jiang Tong told him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know. Fortunately, he had been more cautious and didn't control the wind god boat to charge straight in. Otherwise, he might have been surrounded again. Seeing that Jiang Tong was about to control the fishing boat to leave, Han Fei quickly shouted, Brother, don't go! What's your name? I'll return the fishing boat to you later. Jiang Tong was stunned. Did I run into a psychopath? He's robbing me? Han Fei said disdainfully. Do you think I like your fishing boat? I said I borrowed it. I'll return you a better one when I have time. No need. Chapter 391. Hearing Jiang Tong's words, Han Fei's first reaction was that Xia Xiaochan's appearance here had attracted a lot of people's attention. Therefore, a large number of peak-level dangling fishers appeared nearby. However, Han Fei thought about it carefully. So many peak-level dangling fishers didn't find her? If it were him, it might not be so easy to find her. In this case, Han Fei felt that he wasn't in a hurry to find Xia Xiaochan. He might as well use this time to digest and absorb the spiritual fruits on him. It wouldn't be too late to set off when he found the people in this sea area. Thinking of this, Han Fei looked at the vigilant Jiang Tong and said with a smile, "Okay, then you can go. Since you don't want this boat, I won't embarrass you." Jiang Tong didn't leave his name in the end. He was not stupid. He had already regarded Han Fei as a heavenly talent of a certain big family. He was not related to Han Fei, so why did he expose his name? Seeing Jiang Tong quickly control the fishing boat to leave, Han Fei didn't stop him. In his ears, the hexagon starfish said, "This person seems to have something good on him. I can feel it." Han Fei was speechless. "Why didn't you tell me just now? This person has already left. What's the point of telling me now?" The hexagon starfish's eyes rolled. "It's a little dangerous, so I didn't tell you." Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. A little dangerous? Anything that could make the hexagon starfish feel a little dangerous must be very dangerous. It seemed that it was the right choice not to force this person to stay just now. Although there were some regrets in this robbery, it could be regarded as a perfect success. Not only because he got a fishing boat, but more importantly because of the information Jiang Tong just mentioned. There were many peak-level dangling fishers here. One day later, from a certain rock on the seabed, a man climbed up from the bottom, looking indescribably energetic. If Li Hani were here, he would definitely exclaim, "Who the hell is pretending to be me?" Originally, Han Fei asked Jiang Tong's name because he wanted to pretend to be him. But on second thought, Jiang Tong was a peak-level dangling fisher. If he was exposed, the consequences would not be good, so he could only settle for the second best. Because Han Fei didn't know many people, he could only use Li Hani to make up the number. He swam out of the sea and threw a spirit fruit into his mouth. Looking at the boundless ocean, Han Fei grinned. "Well, except that I'm a little shorter than him, I shouldn't be too far behind." With that, Han Fei took out the rusty rod from Forge the Universe. It wasn't that he didn't want to remove the rust and the uneven stones on the stick. In fact, he had tried many times, but it was to no avail. He even wanted to drip a drop of blood to bind it to him, but the rod didn't respond to him at all. Therefore, he could only carry this rod that was heavier than the Jingu Bang on his shoulder. It was exactly because he had broken the cultivation barrier of the indestructible body that he could carry this stick so easily at this moment. If it was anyone else, they would probably be pressed down to the point of being unable to walk. "Hey, you don't want to cooperate? Fine, if you have the ability, then don't cooperate. From now on, I will call you Embroidery Needle. Other people call them iron rods and iron rods, while you call them embroidery needles. Still not cooperating. Embroidery Needle, Embroidery Needle. If you cooperate, I will call you the best rod in the world." After trying for a long time, Han Fei saw that this damn rod didn't respond at all, so he snorted heavily. Embroidery Needle. Han Fei took out his fishing boat and went all the way. At this time he was brazen and unscrupulous. After rushing all the way for half a day, Han Fei encountered a fishing boat. Stop! There was an armorist standing on the fishing boat, staring at Han Fei's fishing boat with all his might. The man shouted, "Brother, where are you from?" Carrying the embroidery needle on his shoulder, Han Fei suddenly moved sideways and swept to the left. A figure was retreating quickly, and Han Fei's feet had been entangled by a purple vine. He swung down, and the embroidery needle flicked, and a slender figure was directly pulled out of the water with a huge force. Seeing that the attack failed, the three people on the ground immediately gathered and looked at Han Fei in surprise. The female manipulator looked puzzled. You're not an ordinary soul warrior. Han Fei scoffed. Do you think I am easy to bully? On the ground, the armorist hurriedly said, Brother, don't get me wrong. We just want to test you. Han Fei sneered. Misunderstanding? Why don't you explain to me what misunderstanding this is? The armorist said with a smile. Brother, let's not beat around the bush. Don't you know that demon hunting is going on in the undersea city? Han Fei frowned. Demon hunting? What demon hunting? Of course, on the surface. Han Fei held his head high and said, Of course. Otherwise, why would I come here to take the risk? The armorist said, Hey, that's right. Whether we catch Xia Shaochan or Han Fei, we'll make a profit. We just want to test you. You, an intermediate dangling fisher, also want to take the risk? Aren't you afraid of being hacked to death? Han Fei rolled his eyes. What am I afraid of? Although I look like an intermediate, great fishing master, I am strong, have strong combat skills, and I am also a soul warrior. But you, although the three of you are all advanced dangling fishers, you want to hunt Xia Shaochan and Han Fei without any peak-level dangling fishers? The cold-hearted hunter snorted and asked back, We are at least advanced dangling fishers. Whether you have the strength of an advanced dangling fisher or not, you shouldn't be here, right? Han Fei sneered. I'm just here to pick up the loot. What does it have to do with an intermediate dangling fisher like me? I guess they won't be so free to attack an intermediate dangling fisher like me. Why can't I come? The three people on the opposite side were taken aback. What he said makes sense. Whether it was Han Fei or Xia Shaochan, would they really care about an intermediate dangling fisher? The answer was definitely not. Even they thought they could easily rob Han Fei just now, let alone someone like Han Fei. Who could have expected that the other party's reaction was so sharp? His strength was not weak at all. The armorist said with a smile, Brother, to tell you the truth, we were originally led by 2 peak-level dangling fishers. Unfortunately, the 3 of us were abandoned on the way. Brother, you are not weak either. Why don't you join us? Han Fei almost laughed out loud. After being abandoned, they were still in the mood to wander here? These people's brains must have been clamped, right? Han Fei ignored them. I'm not going to join you. The goal of 4 people was much bigger than my goal of 1 person. Do you think I'm stupid? The female manipulator squinted at Han Fei. It's better than you, an intermediate dangling fisher. No matter how strong you are just an intermediate dangling fisher. When the battle starts, do you know how many people are waiting to pick up the loot? Do you think you, an intermediate dangling fisher, can compete with them? No matter how strong you are, how many people can you beat? Han Fei said disdainfully. Do you think I can beat others just because I'm with you? The female manipulator nodded. At least we have a greater chance of survival. As long as we find spirit gatherer, we can have all 5 professions. Han Fei suddenly had an idea. Why don't we sneak in and have a try? Han Fei looked a little hesitant. Where can we find a spirit gatherer? Which spirit gatherer dares to come here alone? The armorist laughed and said, Then let's just grab one. The 4 of us are equivalent to 4 advanced dangling fishers. Can't we rob a spirit gatherer? Han Fei chuckled in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to expose my identity now, I would have killed you already. Han Fei's expression changed. Okay, but let's make it clear that I won't fight Han Fei. I'm here to find Xia Shaochan. Ha ha ha. Of course, in fact, we are all here to find Xia Shaochan. Who really dares to hunt someone like Demon Han? Are we going to kill him with just a few advanced dangling fishers? The armorist invited him generously, and Han Fei put away the fishing boat, not afraid that they would suddenly betray him. If they really betrayed him, he would just chop them up. To Han Fei's surprise, these people really didn't intend to fight him. When Han Fei approached them, he vaguely felt that all 3 of them seemed to be a little injured. It seemed that they had just experienced a battle not long ago. Han Fei didn't point it out, but said with a smile, "How are we going to find them?" The manipulator said, "We're not in a hurry to find them. We don't have a spirit gatherer, and we don't have enough spiritual energy to support the battle. We might as well wait." Next to him, the hunter said, "Little brother, what's your name?" Han Fei looked at him with a faint smile. "What about you? What's your name?" "Armorist Jiao Wu. His spiritual beast is Ice Flame Turtle, and his contractual spiritual beast is Purple Soldier Crab. Hunter Zhou Kai, his spiritual beast is Red-Browed Shrimp, and his contractual spiritual beasts are Butterfly Starworm and Gold Water Silkworm. Manipulator Wang Qingyue, his spiritual beast is Sea Green Vine, and his contractual spiritual beast is Red Foxfish." After that, all three of them looked at Han Fei as if threatening him. Han Fei knew that some of them were telling the truth, but he didn't care. Anyway, he wasn't going to tell the truth. Han Fei said, "Soul Warrior Li Hani, his spiritual beast is Hexagon Starfish, and no contractual spiritual beasts. If Li Hani were here, he would definitely take out his turtle shield and smash Han Fei to death. If you want to impersonate me, then impersonate me. Why do you have to impersonate me?" The other three people all changed their expressions. "Hexagon Starfish? Why haven't I heard of it? No contractual spiritual beasts." Han Fei said casually, "They all died in battle, but I haven't found a suitable one yet." Chapter 392. Han Fei said that his contractual spiritual beast had died in battle, which didn't arouse their suspicions. In their eyes, this seemed to be a very normal thing. After all, Han Fei was a soul warrior. For this kind of profession, it was normal for his contractual spiritual beast to die. However, they were all puzzled. They had never heard of a spiritual beast before. Although the hexagon starfish was a mysterious creature, it was timid and treasure-loving. Generally, it wouldn't appear in ordinary places, so there were few rumors about it in the sea. Besides, because of its low combat power, the hexagon starfish usually wouldn't come out. What if it was caught as a contractual spiritual beast? When Han Fei revealed the hexagon starfish on his shoulder, the three people in front of him were dumbfounded. What could a small starfish do? Han Fei snorted coldly. "Although we're a temporary team, you can try if you want to take advantage of me. I may not be able to kill all three of you, but it should be no problem for me to kill two of you." The three of them were shocked, and then the armorist Jiao Wu smiled and said, "Brotherly, what are you thinking? We are teammates now. How can we rob you? We're just surprised." Wang Qingyue said, "Okay, now we only need a spirit gatherer. Shall we wait here or take the initiative to find those people?" Zhou Kai said lightly, "Take the initiative to find them. I don't know when we will wait here." Han Fei wondered, "Wait a minute? Take the initiative to find them? Where can we find them?" Jiao Wu smiled and said, "Brotherly, you have just arrived. In fact, the situation in the undersea city is treacherous now. A large number of peak-level dangling fishers have led teams here. At this moment, they are probably gathered outside the undersea city. As long as we rush over, we should be able to find a lot of lone, advanced, dangling fishers." Han Fei frowned. "Why?" Zhou Kai snorted. "Why? It's just that the peak-level dangling fishers think we advanced dangling fishers are a bit weak, so they always form their own teams and ignore us." Han Fei understood. So these people were the reason why they were abandoned. However, this was good. They were neither strong nor weak. His realm was not high enough, so he might not be able to join the circle of peak-level dangling fishers. The undersea city was nearly 6,000 miles long and 4,000 miles wide. It was a veritable giant city. There had always been rumors about this place, and there were many versions. First of all, this was a huge square city surrounded by towering city walls. In the north, south, east, and west directions, there was a city gate, also known as a pass. After passing through these 4 gates, one would be able to enter the city. It was said that there was an inner pass in the city, also known as the inner city. Only after passing through the inner city gate would one be considered to have truly entered the underwater city wall. But what was in the outer city and inner city of the undersea city? Then there would be many versions. Some people said that there were many creatures of darkness in the city. What were creatures of darkness? It was a creature similar to the dark water rat that walked in the darkness. These creatures were usually cruel and bloodthirsty. Some people said that there were many small secret realms in the city. While exploring, one would unknowingly be drawn into a secret realm. Many people never came out again because of this. No one knew if he was alive or dead. It was also said that there were a lot of valiant spirits in the undersea city, which were the souls of dead creatures. They held day and night and would actively attack invading humans. There were too many versions about the undersea city, but what the official version meant was that these messy rumors were actually true. No one knew when this undersea city was left behind in prehistoric times. Anyway, anything could appear in it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be these so-called rumors. Han Fei didn't talk much along the way. Usually, he wouldn't ask Zhao Wu and the other two anything, because he was too unfamiliar with this place. If he accidentally said the wrong thing, he might be exposed. Zhao Wu, on the other hand, seemed to be a person who couldn't stay still. He was always chattering away. Originally, Han Fei didn't know much about the undersea city, but after listening to him, Han Fei felt that he had learned a lot. At this moment, Zhao Wu started to ramble. Actually, if we really meet Han Fei or Xia Shaochan, we won't fight either of them. How dangerous is it to fight them? Neither of them is easy to deal with. In my opinion, it's not bad for us to form a team and explore the undersea city. Some people often get opportunities from it and then soar to the sky. Wang Qingyue scoffed. Shut up. How many people go into the undersea city every day? How many of them can come out with opportunities? Zhou Kai laughed. Actually, it's not bad to hunt those who are alone. As long as you have money, you can buy opportunities on the dragon boat. Han Fei looked at the two of them contemptuously, his face full of disdain. Humph! Can the opportunities you get on the dragon boat let you fight dozens of people alone? Can the opportunities in the undersea city let you fight people of higher levels? My goal is clear. I can't beat Han Fei, so I'm here to find Xia Shaochan. If you don't go, I can just form a new team. Zhao Wu hurriedly said, No, brotherly, I'm just kidding. Our goal is clear, which is Xia Shaochan. But what if Han Fei and Xia Shaochan meet up? Han Fei asked in confusion. Can they meet in such a place? Wang Qingyue smiled and said, The possibility is still very small. After all, the two of them were not in the same place at the beginning. It's almost impossible for them to meet up in such a huge undersea city. But who knows? If the two of them meet up, I won't fight them. Zhou Kai shrugged. No way. Leave it to those peak-level dangling fishers. Han Fei nodded secretly. It seems that being on the wanted list has its benefits. It seems that it's quite scary. But then again, it makes sense. There were only 100 people on the wanted list in the level 3 fishery. As a result, he and Xia Shaochan occupied 2 spots. If the 2 masters on the wanted list met up, he would definitely be very scared. Outside the undersea city, when they were about 10,000 kilometers away from the undersea city, Han Fei and the others had already encountered other teams frequently. Among them, the perfect combination of teams accounted for as many as half. During this period, there were also many teams trying to approach Han Fei and the others. However, after seeing that Han Fei and the others also had 3 advanced dangling fishers, they hesitated and didn't take action. If it weren't for Xia Shaochan and Han Fei, the 2 big prey, Han Fei felt that his team would be wiped out before they could even get close to the undersea city. Zhou Kai's face was ugly. There are more people coming than we thought. Wang Qingyue nodded. Yes. However, these people may not necessarily come for Xia Shaochan. I see that many of their teams have peak-level dangling fishers. They should be here for Han Fei. Han Fei asked, How do they know that Han Fei will definitely come? Immediately, the three of them looked at Han Fei. You don't know? Han Fei was slightly stunned. What the hell should I know? Han Fei shrugged. I don't know. I've been chasing Xia Shaochan from beginning to end. Han Fei, I can't beat him. Why should I pay attention to him? Zhao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Brotherly, this is too unprofessional. These two have a lot to do with each other. It was said that the two of them were old sweethearts, young lovers, and had an affair. When one party is in trouble, the other party will definitely come to help. Pooh! Han Fei staggered and almost fell on the fishing boat. Seeing the three people's strange expressions, Han Fei couldn't help but pretend to stare and say, Damn, it's not in the intelligence. Then, if I kill Xia Shaochan, will I still be chased by Han Fei? Everyone. Wang Qingwei rolled her eyes and said, Hey, hey, hey! Wake up, don't dream. Although we admit that you are not weak, do you want to kill Xia Shaochan? What are you thinking? Do you think you can kill anyone on the wanted list just because you want it? Han Fei chuckled and was speechless. Why are they a couple? Where the hell did these people get the news? When they were thousands of kilometers away from the undersea city, there were obviously more fishing boats here. Every dozens of kilometers, there was one or even more. Han Fei even saw a dozen fishing boats fighting in the distance. There were peak-level dangling fishers fighting, and a group of advanced dangling fishers and intermediate dangling fishers were fighting fiercely. Zhou Kai said, Let's go. I don't want to participate in this kind of battle. Wang Qingwei controlled the fishing boat to leave quickly. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be very interested, she couldn't help but ask, Only soul warriors like you like fighting best. In a place like the undersea city, the more you gain, the more dangerous it will be. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and said, It's easy to pick up the loot. Zhao Wu chuckled. Pick up the loot? Do you know how many people want to pick up the loot? But we have a big goal. What if we get injured here? Han Fei said angrily, Forget it, let's go. Hurry up and find the spirit gatherers. Otherwise, who knows when we'll be betrayed by others. Everyone nodded. In this place where people gathered, it was very dangerous if they were not a perfect team. 1 hour later, Wang Qingwei said, The south gate of the undersea city is ahead. Be careful, be strong. After a moment, Han Fei and the others finally arrived at the sea area above the south gate of the undersea city. Han Fei looked around. There were no less than 1,000 fishing boats scattered everywhere, and he immediately took a breath. He thought to himself, I still underestimated this place. If I come here rashly, I will be killed in minutes. After all, no matter how strong I am, I can't kill so many fishing boats alone. Chapter 393. On the tranquil sea, thousands of fishing boats were scattered and noisy. Zhou Kai chuckled. We're finally here. Even peak-level dangling fishers don't dare to attack here. Wang Qingwei nodded. This is an unwritten rule. Once a peak-level dangling fisher attacks an intermediate or advanced dangling fisher here, he will be attacked by everyone. Han Fei understood. This so-called unwritten rule should be formed spontaneously by intermediate or advanced dangling fishers to prevent being hunted. As the saying went, strength in numbers. Even peak-level dangling fishers couldn't do anything about it. I want an advanced dangling fisher armorist. Anyone interested, come quickly. I want an advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherer. No intermediate dangling fisher spirit gatherer. I want an advanced dangling fisher manipulator and a hunter, led by a peak-level dangling fisher spirit gatherer. I want a team of all peak-level dangling fishers and a soul warrior. Hurry up. Intelligence. The latest intelligence about Han Fei and Xia Shaochan. Honest all. You can't afford to lose or be fooled by a yellow croaker. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Why is this place so lively? Are these people not afraid of betrayal? Why are they looking for people so casually? Before Han Fei figured out the reason, he heard Zhao Wu shouting, I want an advanced, dangling fisher spirit gatherer. If not, I'll call again later. Less than a minute after Zhao Wu shouted, a fishing boat drove over. On the bow, an advanced, dangling fisher spirit gatherer looked at them and then looked at Han Fei. Why is the soul warrior an intermediate, dangling fisher? Han Fei put the embroidery needle on his shoulder. Because most advanced dangling fishers are no match for me. The man looked at him for a while and then drove the fishing boat away, as if he didn't believe what Han Fei said. Han Fei, Wang Qingyue said, you have to show them your strength. Zhao Wu asked, brotherly, why don't you ask for a fight? Han Fei was puzzled. Ask for a fight? Zhou Kai asked, you've never asked for a fight. Wang Qingyue and the others frowned. Why didn't Li Hani, a soul warrior, ask for a fight? How could Han Fei know what a challenge was? But at this moment they were already in a crowded area, so they couldn't expose themselves. Han Fei snorted and said, I've been fighting in secret realms all my life. I don't know your rules. It was just exploring a mystic realm. What the F***CK could it be if they were just chattering and trembling in fear? Tell me, what is seeking a battle? Zhou Kai and the rest were skeptical. In the end, the three of them exchanged glances. Zhao Wu smiled and said, it's to send out a dual invitation and designate an expert of the same level, the same profession, or even a different profession. Now, your strength as an intermediate dangling fisher is not recognized. You have to challenge an advanced dangling fisher and show them your strength. Han Fei glanced at the three of them. It seemed that a fight was inevitable. Otherwise, he would be suspected of his purpose. Most of the people who frequented the level 3 fishery should know the rules, but he didn't. Han Fei carried the embroidery needle, jumped to the water, and then raised his head and shouted, I, Li Hani, ask for a fight here. None of the advanced dangling fishers here are strong enough to fight. Where did this idiot come from? Oh, an intermediate dangling fisher? Does he want to challenge someone of a higher level? Is this man crazy? Zhao Wu and the other two were stunned. We just asked you to ask for a fight, not to provoke us. Look, what have you done? In one sentence, he had offended all the advanced dangling fishers here. However, Han Fei didn't know it at all. Carrying a rusty stick, he glared at them and looked like he deserved a beating. Hey, boy, you're only an intermediate dangling fisher. Go back to where you came from. We are afraid that we will beat you to death as soon as we fight. Ha, little brat, why don't you go to heaven? Hey, you'd better find an intermediate dangling fisher to fight. Even an advanced dangling fisher can't beat you. Ha. For a time the sound of banter, laughter, and cursing lingered around. And Han Fei also raised his head. Is there no one who dares to fight me? A group of advanced dangling fishers don't even dare to fight me. Go back to the ordinary fishery and catch fish and shrimps. As soon as Han Fei said so, he saw a boy jump out. He was also a soul warrior and used double knives. At this time, the boy was looking at Han Fei with a sneer. I'll fight you. Han Fei responded with a smile. Okay. However, the moment this boy jumped out, many advanced dangling fishers cursed him as an idiot. Someone said in a low voice, How stupid is that? An intermediate dangling fisher wants to fight an advanced dangling fisher? How dare he shout that he has no ability? Where did this idiot come from? Why did he jump out like a fool? Someone clicked his tongue and said, He may not necessarily lose, but even if he wins, it will not be easy. Instead, it will be a gift to Li Hani. Han Fei smiled and carried his stick. Come on. Do you want me to give you a handicap? The boy snorted. You will know that there is an insurmountable gap between intermediate and advanced dangling fishers. As soon as the boy's double knives left his hands, he took out double knives again, which showed that he was quite good at mental control. For knives, cutting through the waves, swept up fine water droplets and pounced at Han Fei. Han Fei still carried his stick and watched with a smile. Hey, don't you want to summon your spiritual beasts? Humph! Just when the four knives approached, suddenly, from above the boy's head, another knife suddenly shot straight at Han Fei's face in a more violent manner. A one-horned shark. Someone recognized it. At that glance, they recognized that it was the exclusive attack of the one-horned shark. It turned out that the boy's four knives were just a disguise, and his real strength was actually this one-horned shark's attack. But Han Fei suddenly stomped on the water, and a big pit appeared on the water surface. Without any fancy moves, he directly threw out the embroidery needle in his hand with the simplest spiritual energy explosion. Just a spiritual energy explosion. Behind him, Zhao Wu and the other two were speechless. Isn't Han Fei 2F** King arrogant? BM with a bang, the water surface exploded, and a stick 2 or 3 meters thick was carried on Han Fei's shoulder, and the boy was directly smashed into the water by a pillar. A stick. Han Fei slowly changed the embroidery needle back. Although he couldn't refine this rod, it was not a problem for him to have some basic abilities to change the size of the rod. The boy didn't expect that Han Fei's stick would be so heavy. In any case, at that moment, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Although he still had dozens of combat skills, he couldn't use them at all. After all, he couldn't even take one hit. In the distance, many peak-level dangling fishers were slightly surprised. What a domineering power! This boy has great strength. What a strong physique! It seems that he is also a heavenly talent. When the boy emerged from the bottom of the sea again, his face was pale, his hands drooped, and he was glaring at Han Fei fiercely. You're not an intermediate dangling fisher. Han Fei laughed. Yes, I am. However, I am not a soul warrior who cultivates combat skills. I am a soul warrior who cultivates physical strength. It's just a matter of hitting you with a stick. The boy's face turned blue and then red. This time he was so humiliated. He couldn't even resist a casual blow from an intermediate dangling fisher. How could he be so shameless? Zhao Wu and the other two looked at each other and were overjoyed. They didn't expect that the soul warrior they randomly picked up on the road was so strong. Of all the cultivation methods, physique was the most difficult to cultivate, and Han Fei turned out to be the kind that specialized in physique. It was simply a miracle that such a person could become an intermediate dangling fisher. While the others were still stunned, Zhao hurriedly said, "We still need an advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherer. Who wants to join us?" "Let me do it." A spirit gatherer came to express his recognition of Han Fei's strength. And the spirit gatherer who had just despised Han Fei didn't move and said with a dark face that he was too embarrassed to go over. "Hey, I'm one step away from the peak level. I'll join your team." "Why are you only one step away? You are obviously 2 levels behind, but I am only 1 step behind." For a time, Han Fei's team became popular. All the people present were smart. In the battle, only 2 people could really fight. One was a soul warrior, and the other was an armorist. Han Fei's physique was so strong that few advanced dangling fishers present could surpass him. It was precisely because of this that many spirit gatherers expressed their recognition and came to join him. Chapter 394. Han Fei swaggered back to the fishing boat with the rod on his shoulder. Many people couldn't help but want to beat him up. Just when Han Fei returned to the fishing boat, a fishing boat suddenly fell from the sky. A spirit gathering array was condensed directly on the sea, and a proud spirit gatherer landed in the spirit gathering array. "I want to join your team." Zhao Wu and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they all looked delighted. "Welcome, welcome. What's your name, brother? With your participation, our team will immediately become a first-class team." Han Fei glanced at the man and then looked at the reactions of Zhao Wu and the others. He was speechless. Isn't he just a peak-level dangling fisher? I can chop him to death with 1 slash. Seeing that a peak-level dangling fisher had joined, the others also dispersed. Han Fei nodded lightly. I have no objection. The spirit gatherer said lightly, Wu Liang, a peak-level dangling fisher, a spirit gatherer. His spiritual beast is the skyward razor clam, and his contractual spiritual beast is the blue spirit shrimp. Han Fei was slightly taken aback. This person's spiritual beast didn't seem weak. However, what really attracted his attention was the blue spirit shrimp. This was not a product of the level 3 fishery at all. Blue spirit shrimp? Wu Liang smiled faintly and looked at Han Fei. I bought it. Han Fei smiled. I've seen the blue mystic 6 spirit shrimp once before. It's very strong. Wu Liang raised his eyebrows. Oh, a mutant? How did you get it? Han Fei shrugged. I don't know. Wang Qingyue interrupted him. Well, our team is full now and not weak. We should be able to compete for it. Wu Liang glanced at the three of them and said lightly, Are the three of you injured? Forget it. Let's recover. With that, Wu Liang cast a healing technique on each of the three of them. Han Fei looked at the happy faces of the three of them, and his heart was full of disdain. It's just AF * King healing technique. Do you have to be like this? I can also use the divine healing technique. What did I say? Seeing that the three of them went to heal their wounds, Han Fei looked at Wu Liang curiously. Hey, you are a peak-level dangling fisher. What are you doing in our team? Wu Liang looked at Han Fei with a smile and said, You are a soul warrior. Why did you choose such a team? Han Fei said with a smile, I can't come here alone, can I? Han Fei was referring to the 10,000 kilometers around the undersea city. If you don't have a team, it won't be easy to enter this area. Wu Liang asked, You also came to hunt demons? Han Fei sneered. Why would I hunt? I'm hunting Xia Xiaochan. Wu Liang said with a faint smile, Xia Xiaochan? Others think that she is weaker than Han Fei, but have you ever thought that you can hunt a genius who killed 2 people in a single battle in the undersea city alone? Han Fei said casually, That's why I joined the team. Otherwise, I'll go hunting alone. Wu Liang was stunned for a moment and nodded slightly, thinking that Li Hani should be an extremely conceited person. An intermediate fishing master who dared to fight in the seabed city was the reason why he chose this team. Wu Liang pointed at the water and said, According to the latest news, someone saw Xia Xiaochan in there. Are you sure you want to be with these 3? Do you want to change teams? Han Fei glanced back and shrugged. No. Do you really expect me to go up and fight? I'm just a lucky man. Wu Liang. Wu Liang was speechless, feeling as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Suddenly, Han Fei asked, By the way, do all the people on the wanted list get this treatment? Why are so many people hunting them? Wu Liang pursed his lips. Almost. The reward is nothing. The main thing is that the things these people have are far more valuable than the reward. Han Fei secretly cursed. So, it's not the reward, but the things they have? Han Fei looked at Wu Liang and asked, Now, how many groups of people have gone in? Wu Liang shook his head with a smile. 1 group. Just 1 group? Han Fei didn't know much about the undersea city before, but after listening to Zhao Wu's rambling all the way, he knew a lot about it. Just 1 group of people wanted to find someone in such a big place? Wu Liang said lightly, 1 group of 100 people. Han Fei's face was black. Can you be more specific? A group of 100 people? Why is there a group of 100 people? At this time, Wang Qingyue's voice came from behind Han Fei. It just increases the probability of survival. There will be groups of 10 people and even groups of 100 people. In this way, not only will the exploration range be larger, but the probability of survival will also increase. Han Fei was stunned. He hadn't encountered this before. When he was in the seaborne prairie, there was no such thing as a group of 100 people. However, in that place, even a group of 1,000 people wouldn't be able to survive, let alone a group of 100 people. Once the nest exploded, who cared what group you were? If you didn't want to be wiped out, you'd better squeeze your flash stone. As for whether you would flash into the swarm of insects if you squeezed your flash stone, it was hard to say. If you squeezed your flash stone, you could only blame your bad luck. Han Fei asked, "Then what is everyone waiting for?" Wu Liang glanced at Han Fei and said, "It seems that you don't know much about the level 3 fishery, do you?" Han Fei said casually, "I just came here and have been exploring secret realms and dangerous places alone. This is the first time I've been to such a well-known place." Oh, they all looked at Han Fei suspiciously, feeling that he didn't look like one. For a soul warrior like Han Fei, it was not a problem for him to explore secret realms. But since he dared to explore secret realms, it meant that his talent and aptitude were not bad. How could he miss a place like the undersea city? Wu Liang said, "In theory, a group of 100 people has a greater chance of survival. In fact, 100 people thrown into such a place can't cause any trouble at all. It's common for more than half of them to die. These people aren't going, they're just waiting." Han Fei said disdainfully, "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for the people inside to come out?" Wu Liang said in surprise, "Isn't it good to wait and reap the benefits?" Han Fei looked around. Wait and reap the benefits with so many people. Wang Qingyue nodded. Yes, whether inside or outside, there will inevitably be a life-and-death crisis. At this moment, Zhao Wu slowly exhaled. One day they can't help but go in. Han Fei said, "I can't help but go in now." Everyone. Just when Han Fei and the others were chatting, a fishing boat not far away took off. The second group of 100 people. Anyone want to join? Now a team has joined. Hurry up if you want to join. Opportunities are first come, first served. If you're late, you won't get them. Hey, count us in. Bullshit. It's only been half a day since the first group went in and no one has come out. No, let's talk about it tomorrow. No, let's wait for another day. Who's that? Count us in. I don't want to wait with these cowards. The man in the sky laughed. Come on, it's already the 10th group. What can we explore in half a day? Maybe they left from the other 3 gates? The undersea city is a dangerous place, but not a dangerous place. If you don't want to go, don't complain. Han Fei raised his hand and shouted, "Let's join." Zhou Kai immediately shouted, "Lihani, what are you doing?" This is only the 2nd group. There's no 10th group. Let's go in and explore the way for others. Han Fei tilted his head and said with a puzzled look, "Did you use to hunt treasures like this? If you don't rush in first, you won't get any treasures. If you catch them, you won't get any. I've been to dozens of secret realms and I've never been scared. If you don't go, I'll form a new team." Zhao Wu frowned. "Why don't we wait a little longer?" Wang Qingyue said, "No, I think we can go in. If we can't, let's leave the team and come out first." The man in the sky said, "Hey, Lihani, are you coming or not?" Han Fei raised his head. "Yes." Wu Liang frowned slightly and didn't speak, but he didn't object. He weighed his flash stones. They should be enough to avoid disaster. "Let's go in." Zhao Wu gritted his teeth. "Fine, let's go in. As long as we don't die, we will be rewarded. Let's go." Soon, Han Fei and the others also took off. In the group of fishing boats kept taking off. Soon, the 20 fishing boats were full. This impromptu team was flying in the sky. Several peak-level dangling fishers shouted, "After entering the undersea city, don't run around. Remember to be united and don't have any internal conflicts. If there are any who kill each other, kill them first." The demon hunting operation begins, someone shouted excitedly as if they were fighting a war. Someone laughed. "Hey, cowards, I'll go in and take a look. When I catch Xiao Shaochan, I'll slowly kill her." Han Fei secretly glanced at the brawny man and thought, after entering, I'll find a time to kill this guy first. F***CK, do you think I don't exist? If I don't pull off your tongue, I'm afraid you won't know how powerful I am, Zhao Wu said to everyone via voice transmission. Let's follow the main team. Let's do the small things first, and the big things later. Suddenly, Han Fei clenched his fists and shouted, Demon hunting, demon hunting, demon hunting, demon hunting. A group of people shouted at the same time. Han Fei shouted again, Let's go in and kill them all. Kill them all, Han Fei shouted. Brothers, let's go. Everyone. The group of peak-level dangling fishers was speechless. Damn it. Who the F***CK is talking to? Who's the idiot? A peak-level dangling fisher's face darkened. Shut up, all of you. What's the use of shouting? Let's go. Chapter 395. Zhao Wu and the others all frowned and hurriedly said to Han Fei, Brotherly, can you stop talking? Even the peak-level dangling fishers haven't shouted yet. Why are you shouting? Han Fei said solemnly, How generous. Look, they're all looking at death calmly. I think they're just asking to be killed. Everyone. Wu Liang said, You really should take it easy. Don't rush up on impulse. Although your physique is strong, if you're seriously injured, I can't cure you in a short time. Han Fei said disdainfully, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wu Liang was speechless. Do you know what you're doing? You haven't even entered the first gate of the undersea city, and I feel that your blood is already boiling. If you break through the second gate, you'll be invincible. At this time, the group of people put away their fishing boats and began to dive into the sea. In an instant, a total of 20 perfect teams, 100 people, all plunged into the sea. Among them, the one with the lowest realm was Han Fei, an intermediate dangling fisher. The undersea city. The water depth was about 100 meters, and the top was shrouded by a black mist. It was not the darkness of light, but a layer of black mist, like the ink sac of a squid. Needless to say, this must be a kind of seal. Han Fei was surprised to find that. It seemed that every extremely dangerous place had all sorts of strange seals. For example, the seaweed city wall of the seaborne prairie and the alternate space above. Outside the undersea city, there were a large number of abandoned stone roads, platforms, and statues that couldn't be seen clearly. It could be said to be a ruin. But even with the dilapidated walls, Han Fei could still imagine how glorious the city used to be through the stone statue that was almost 100 meters tall. As for the city wall of the undersea city, Han Fei didn't feel anything. This city wall was less than 300 meters high. After seeing the dragon boats, such a high city wall was like a child's play to him. After swimming for less than half an hour, they had already landed at the dark gate of the undersea city. How long had this city wall been abandoned? On the city wall, a large area had been damaged. There were big holes in some places, and knife and sword marks were everywhere. And the gate was even more terrifying. There was a cold current coming out of the gate, and there seemed to be whimpering inside. Zhao Wu transmitted his voice. Entering the door is like entering a battle. We have to be careful. This cold current is strange. Wu Liang transmitted his voice. I can set up a defensive array for you, but it might not be very effective. Han Fei asked in surprise, You know arrays too? Wu Liang shook his head, slightly. I learned a few necessary arrays. It could block small dangers, but it wasn't of much use. Which one of you went in? Zhao Wu said, I'm the only one who's been in there. The other 3 probably haven't. Wu Liang nodded slightly. Yes, actually the outer city was fine. It had already been explored many times. Even Xia Shaochan and the others wouldn't stop at the outer city. Just be careful when you enter the inner city. As he spoke, Wu Liang's fingertips were like threads of spiritual energy, and he began to carve the defensive formation stroke by stroke. Han Fei was shocked. This is the first time I've seen someone draw a simple array like this. Wasn't a formation of this level something that could be created with a single stomp? Do I have to draw like this? But even so, Han Fei could still see Zhao Wu and the others looking at the scene enviously. It seemed that they wished they were the ones who knew the defensive formation. Han Fei felt that he had overestimated the peak-level dangling fissures. It seemed that in a field that he was not familiar with, there was no difference in level at all. No matter how bad Han Fei's array skills were, he could still create an ordinary defensive formation with a stomp, which was much higher than Wu Liang's. Apart from Han Fei's side, the others were also preparing. Some armorists covered themselves with armor. Some possessed their contractual spiritual beasts, and some took some pills. What made Han Fei most speechless was that he saw someone take out a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. Wang Qingyue said, "Don't underestimate that piece of fish. Every kind of sea creature has its own characteristics. This kind of fish must have cold-resistant properties. Eating it can enhance the body's resistance to this kind of cold current." Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do I need to cook it?" Wu Liang smiled and said, "Usually not, but I've seen some that need to be cooked. Once, when we explored a dangerous secret realm, the armorist of our team took out more than 10 kinds of materials and cooked an ingredient, which could increase our combat power by a small percentage." Han Fei murmured, "Does the chef that old Jiang mentioned really exist?" "No, I used to only care about eating. Although I often saw some simple properties of food, I never cared about it. But that's because the ingredients are inferior. What if the level of the ingredients is very high?" Before Han Fei thought too much, the peak-level dangling fisher in the front had already sent a voice transmission to everyone. "Let's go in." This undersea city was different from some secret realms. You didn't have to break through any barriers to leave. Its door was right here, and you could enter and exit at any time. Why didn't many people come out? It was just because they didn't have a chance to come out. At this moment, a group of people filed in and disappeared into the dark gate. Han Fei and the others were in the middle and rear part. When Han Fei stepped into it against the cold current, he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This feeling was much colder than that of the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Because of the improvement of his strength, the cold power of the blue sea wandering dragon daggers could no longer affect Han Fei at all. But in this place, the moment he stepped in, he felt a strong stream of water, bringing with it an extremely cold air that rushed toward him. Kacha! After only holding on for less than 10 seconds, the defense array of Han Fei's team was about to break. Zhou Kai's face changed drastically. "Is this the outer city?" Wang Qingyue instructed, "Prepare the spiritual energy protective cover." Zhao Wu smiled and said, "Yes, this is the outer city. This cold current only feels terrifying and will probably cause our strength to drop by about 10%, but we can still withstand it." Wu Liang said, "Yes, although you can withstand it, the consumption of spiritual energy will inevitably increase. This is why every team needs a spirit gatherer. Without a spirit gatherer, you can't stay here for long and can only go out." Crack! Han Fei snorted. "So, there's only the cold current here and nothing else?" Wu Liang shook his head. "Of course not. This cold current is not enough to hurt people. In fact, even junior dangling fishers can withstand it for a while. So it's not dangerous. But you'll see it later." The team rushed forward against the cold current. About 10 seconds later, the defense array of Han Fei's team was broken. At that second, everyone shivered and frost began to condense on their bodies. Han Fei saw a man in front of him running because the quality of his clothes was too poor. His pants were frozen to pieces. Han Fei hurriedly activated the spiritual energy protective cover. The quality of his clothes was not good either. Don't run naked. That would really be an embarrassment to his grandmother's house. Fortunately, someone saw this scene and threw a set of clothes at him. Only then did the man avoid running naked again. The peak-level dangling fisher in front of him said, "Everyone remember, after passing through the cold current, don't move. Don't touch anything. Someone asked, "Shall we explore the outer city?" The person in front immediately responded, "No, go straight into the inner city." Han Fei asked, "Why don't we explore the outer city? Isn't the inner city more dangerous than the outer city?" Zhao Wu looked solemn. Almost all the places that can be explored in the outer city have been explored. This is a large area of undead spirits. If we want to pass through the outer city, we must pass through this area. Those are immortal creatures. They can't be killed. Of course, there's no need to fight them. Wu Liang shook his head. No, there are actually many places in the outer city that haven't been explored, but usually no one has explored them. We can't be absolutely sure that Xia Shaochan will be in the inner city. If she is in those places in the outer city, it's hard to say. After hearing this, Han Fei was a little shocked. Undead spirits? Immortal creatures? What the hell was that? Calmly, Han Fei followed the team and continued to run wildly. On both sides of their way, Han Fei seemed to see a strange square that looked like a battlefield. Broken armor was strewn all over the place, and weapons were propped up on the ground. What was more terrifying was that the seawater here occasionally condensed into human-shaped phantoms. Although they weren't so real, Han Fei could tell that they were definitely human figures. It seemed that a huge war had taken place here. After running for about 20 kilometers, Han Fei and the others began to cross this ancient battlefield. However, everyone bypassed those weapons and armors and ran. Han Fei said, "Master Hexagon Starfish, can you secretly throw a spirit explosion array out?" Master Hexagon Starfish said, "No, it's dangerous here." "Cut the crap. Just throw it when I tell you to. Throw it forward and make a big noise." Chapter 396. The Hexagon Starfish had almost become the epaulette on Han Fei's clothes. Most people wouldn't pay attention to it because it didn't open its eyes. The Hexagon Starfish didn't use any arrays. Han Fei saw a small stone suddenly jump out and hit a helmet that was about to rot. Then, with a flick of the stone, it collided with a broken sword. Then the sword broke. Hum! Hum! Han Fei felt that the ground under his feet suddenly trembled. Immediately afterward, a cloud of bluish-white smoke drilled out of the soil. Not good. Who the hell touched those damn things? Do they want to die? Come on, let's go through this area. Han Fei almost wanted to whistle at this moment. He thought to himself, this area is quite long. It's great. It's best if these undead spirits can kill more than half of the people first. Like Han Fei, Zhou Kai was also here for the first time and was obviously a little panicked. At this moment, he asked via voice transmission, "What should we do?" Zhao Wu couldn't help but speed up. "What can we do?" "Run." Wu Liang ordered, "Run over and get ready to fight." Seeing that not far away, a cloud of smoke had condensed into a human shape, Han Fei threw out the embroidery needle and smashed it at the ghost with a bang. The waves deformed and exploded, and the cyan smoke-like undead spirit was smashed into pieces by Han Fei's rod before it was condensed. Han Fei said to the others via voice transmission, "Don't panic, don't panic. Let's fight our way over." Wang Qingwei shouted, "Don't. These are undead creatures. To put it bluntly, they're a bunch of obsessions and can't be killed." Han Fei shouted, "What else can we do? Even if you don't hit it, it will hit you." At this moment, Han Fei saw dozens of water shadows appearing in front of him. They didn't even need weapons, but used water as weapons. And, to his surprise, those undead spirits in the water could pass through other people's weapons and continue to attack the enemies. Shoot! How can we fight these damn things? Is there a simpler way? Wu Liang kept changing his position, holding the fishing rod, and from time to time, he would summon a cloud of spiritual energy and smash it at those undead spirits. When the spiritual energy fell on the undead spirits, they would explode, and their speed of killing the enemies was not slow at all. Zhao Wu cautioned, "Don't panic. There's a limit to the strength of Yin spirits. Protect your soul. The attacks of these things will hurt your soul." Han Fei directly covered himself with a spiritual energy protective cover and waved the embroidery needle vigorously. Wherever the staff touched, the Yin spirits would explode into pieces. He had put in a lot of effort. It would have been fine if he didn't know that these Yin spirits could harm his divine soul. But now that he knew, he had to work hard to create more Yin spirits. While Han Fei was smashing randomly, he saw an armorist hundreds of meters away suddenly grab his shield and smash it at his head. Bang! Han Fei shuddered. Did that man just kill himself? There was also someone who suddenly fell to the ground without a sound, leaving only a weak breath. Then dozens of Yin spirits immediately pounced on his body. After a while, it stopped moving. For a moment, the 100-man team was in complete chaos. Ahead, a peak-level dangling fisher scolded telepathically, "Don't fight. Just run forward." The soul warriors are responsible for covering the periphery. Hearing this, Han Fei thought, "That's exactly what I want." Immediately, he rushed to the periphery of the crowd. He smashed the ground with his rod, and the ground shook a bit. F***TK. Who's that? Li. Are you F***King Stupid? Are you trying to wake up all the nether spirits? Han Fei quickly responded, "Sorry, I used too much strength. I'll be careful next time." Seeing that he had smashed out hundreds of Yin spirits with his rod, Han Fei was overjoyed. This was too F***king easy, wasn't it? If there were no peak-level dangling fishers leading the team, Han Fei was confident that he could kill all these people. It was a pity that he couldn't be too obvious. One mistake was a mistake. 2 mistakes would arouse suspicion. And if there were 3 mistakes, someone would probably come to kill him. However, Han Fei was not in a hurry. This was only the first pass of the outer city, and he had already killed a dozen people. They were not intermediate dangling fishers, but all advanced dangling fishers. These people all had one thing in common, that was, their spiritual power was weak and their soul power was not strong, so they were easy to be attacked. Next, with the soul warriors guarding on both sides, almost no one was killed. After around the time for an incense stick to burn, all of them finally charged out of the land of Yin spirits. Someone scolded angrily, "I told you not to move, not to move." How far have we gone? 15 people have been reduced, and 3 squads are gone. Do you want to die in the undersea city? Han Fei also scolded angrily, "Who the hell is this? Stand up and I promise I won't kill him." At the moment when Han Fei sent a voice transmission, a sharp gaze looked at him. However, Han Fei still smiled and said hello to the peak-level dangling fisher. The latter snorted coldly and didn't speak anymore, but looked at everyone and said, "There will be a freezing current in the back. Everyone, pay attention to your feet and disperse, but don't be too far away." Han Fei looked at Zhao Wu. "Shall our team move forward a little? If we run, we will be the first to die. I had to cover the rear just now. I am just an intermediate dangling fisher." Zhao Wu was taking out a vine vein from his swallowing seashell. After biting through it, he took 2 deep breaths. "Yes, we should move forward. We can't stay in this freezing current for long. Otherwise, we may really be frozen into ice slags." Wang Qingyue was silent for a moment. "No, don't move forward. Who knows what is ahead? If the people in front are all dead, we can go to the front." Wu Liang nodded. "Yes, it's better to preserve our strength, especially brotherly. Your strength is too strong and domineering. From now on, you'd better not attack anymore." Han Fei was a little angry. He had planned to make more trouble. In the end, everyone behaved themselves, so he could only let it go. Along the way, Han Fei saw a lot of strange, broken buildings. Those decayed weapons could be seen everywhere. God knew how many people had died here. Han Fei asked curiously, "What happened in this place before? It has become a desolate city. Why is it still so dangerous?" Wu Liang replied, "Nobody knows what happened here. We came in all the way and didn't explore the outer city, or it would have been much more dangerous. But as I said, Don't go to the outer city. Be careful in the inner city. Before Wu Liang could finish his words, he suddenly saw a large opening in the sea. A deep blue crack suddenly appeared, and a weird cold current suddenly flashed out of the crack. Han Fei saw a man's hand was hit by the cold current in time, and the hand was broken into pieces in the next second. Shoot! Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. Wasn't the cold current too horrifying? Fortunately, this team was mostly made up of advanced dangling fishers, and the sudden cold current had been avoided. No casualties had been reported yet. Han Fei asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, is this cold current an array?" The Hexagon Starfish was confused for a moment. "I think so, right?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Don't you have an array heritage? You don't even know that?" The Hexagon Starfish nodded. "It seems to be an array, but I don't understand it. There's no such thing in the heritage." Han Fei was helpless. He found that these cold currents appeared abruptly and seemed to be irregular, but there was no danger for no reason. He could only guess that there was an unknown array here. Han Fei thought quickly, "Forget it. I'd better enter the inner city and find an opportunity to attack." Just when Han Fei thought that he would be fine as long as he avoided these freezing cold currents, he suddenly found that there was a riot in front of him. When he looked over, he found that the water suddenly spread out with a purple color. "Damn it! There's a thief in the team. Not good. It's poison. Get out of the way." For a moment, everyone almost instantly dispersed. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Han Fei immediately jumped to a dilapidated building next to him. Coincidentally, Han Fei accidentally stepped on a rotten helmet. The others didn't seem to be any better. In the surrounding buildings, a large number of undead spirits appeared and quickly rushed at them. However, this was not the most horrifying thing. What was even more frightening was that everyone who came into contact with the purple seawater had their flesh and blood melt. In just a moment, the dozen people who accidentally touched the seawater just now were already frozen on the spot. Some were shattered by the fierce cold currents that suddenly appeared. Some were attacked by the undead spirits and died in silence, and some wailed as their flesh and blood disappeared. Han Fei smashed a group of undead spirits with his rod and then quickly looked at the crowd. Someone put poison here. Why? Han Fei was very surprised. Aren't we demon hunters? We haven't even entered the inner city yet, and we're already killing each other? Wu Liang, Zhao Wu, and the others landed next to Han Fei, partly because Han Fei's combat ability was strong, and partly because this was their own team. Relatively speaking, it was more believable. Wu Liang said, "Someone deliberately put poison in the team. Let's retreat first." Chapter 397. Han Fei didn't think it was a big deal. He was even gloating. Originally, he had thought that this so-called 100-man team would be very powerful. But no matter how strong they were just a bunch of mobs. What Han Fei was more interested in was why someone would release the poison. Also, the purple poison seemed even more terrifying than the venom of the green arrow poisonous frog and the dry leaf worm. Even the advanced dangling fishers couldn't survive more than 10 seconds. Han Fei glanced at Wu Liang and frowned. "How far are we from the inner city?" Wu Liang was about to speak when Zhou Kai suddenly appeared from his stealth state. "We can't go back. The back is covered by undead creatures. Someone intentionally destroyed the ancient battlefield behind us." Controlling the sea-green vines, Wang Qingyue strangled a couple of undead creatures and spoke to everyone telepathically. "We can't stay here for long. We have to move forward." Zhao Wu cursed. "Which son of AB *TCH did it? Don't let me find him, or I'll beat him to death." Han Fei picked up his rod and charged forward. "Stop fighting. Let's run." Han Fei noticed that the peak-level dangling fishers in many teams were gathering, as if they were going to abandon this place. Not just Han Fei, but many other people did too. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Then they quickly gave up on the battle in front of them and immediately ran towards the center. A peak-level dangling fisher said telepathically, "Gather in the inner gate and find the traitor." Hearing that, Han Fei began to run at full speed, not caring about the weapons and debris on the way. He crushed everything in his path, causing a large number of Yin spirits to appear wherever he passed. Zhao Wu roared angrily, "Han Fei, what are you doing?" Han Fei said to everybody, "Don't be silly. The undead creatures are not a problem. It's a waste of time to avoid them." Han Fei let it go. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although he didn't know who released the poison in the crowd, he was now his ally since he killed the 100-person team. Hearing Han Fei's words, many people thought of something. Indeed, although there were a lot of undead creatures, they gathered slowly and were not fatal to them at all. What was fatal was the freezing currents and the person who released the poison. Therefore, for a moment, many people rushed forward without dodging. In the crowd, someone secretly glanced at Han Fei, and then a weird smile appeared on his lips, thinking it would be great if there were a few more of such rookies. While most people ignored the hero spirits, in less than a minute, more and more frigid currents appeared in the seawater. Originally, it would only appear once every 10 breaths, but now it would appear once every breath. Ah! Stop. Is there a hole in your brain? Don't destroy the environment here. We can't touch those rotten things. They will affect the frequency of the freezing current. Who is the one who said that Yin spirits weren't a big problem? Step forward. Han Fei snorted in his heart. Me. What the F***CK are you talking about? Han Fei wished that the chaos could be doubled. However, Zhou Kai suddenly left the team and stared at Han Fei coldly. "Li Hani, are you deliberately making trouble?" The people nearby were all taken aback and looked at Han Fei unkindly. Han Fei replied innocently, "Is there something wrong with your head? From start to finish, I was the one who put in the most effort. I'm causing trouble? Are you blind?" Wang Qingyue said to him via voice transmission in the crowd, "Han Fei, you don't need to do anything now. Don't touch those rotten weapons again, and so do the others. There must be a great enemy in the team." In the front, a peak-level dangling fisher shouted, "Yes, in the past, when a team of 100 people rushed into the inner gate, no more than 10 people would die. But now nearly 30 people have died. From now on, anyone who dares to do anything will be killed." Han Fei put away the embroidery needle and spread out his hands. "I won't do anything, okay?" Han Fei asked the hexagon starfish via voice transmission, "Master Hexagon Starfish, do you know who released the poison?" The hexagon starfish didn't know. "I'm just a starfish. I don't even know poison." After a short period of peace, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the purple poison mist suddenly floated out again. This time, the direction happened to be close to Han Fei. Han Fei immediately stomped on the ground, and his body quickly crashed to the side. At the same time, he also grabbed Zhao Wu and Wu Liang and threw them out. Boom! A huge hole was left in a dilapidated building by the three of them. The area where the three of them were just now had been covered by a large area of purple. Behind them, the advanced dangling fishers who didn't have time to dodge rushed into the purple mist, and some tried their best to avoid it, but half of their bodies were still touched. Zhao Wu trembled in fear. "Oh my God, brother, thank you for saving my life." Wu Liang said with an awful face, "What a vicious method. I think of someone." Suddenly, Wu Liang rose and spoke to everybody telepathically. "Everybody pay attention. Yang Huan, the 17th place on the wanted list, is among us." "What? It's Yang Huan? The guy who plays with poison? Poison Master Yang Huan. Son of a bitch. I'll beat him to death. Kill him." Han Fei was intrigued. Yang Huan. He had an impression of the guy. Yang Huan ranked very high on the wanted list. He was the only peak-level dangling fisher on the wanted list who played with poison. Han Fei paid special attention to him when he got the list. 17th place on the wanted list name. Yang Huan gender, Male occupation: battle soul master, hunter spiritual beast. Poison kiss, suspected to be a legendary creature. Contractual spiritual beasts. 5 poison golden scorpion, exotic, good at stealth. Mutant dry leafworm, exotic specialties. He knows weird disguise techniques and is good at killing people in one blow. Bounty: for million mid-quality pearls other rewards. For 100 caddies of spiritual spring, a demon-level high-quality art, a high-quality spiritual weapon, and 400 spiritual fruits. Remark: extremely dangerous. He once performed a poison explosion on a dragon boat, killing 100 people and heavily wounding 1,000. His poison techniques are weird and unpredictable. Be careful. Note: this man is brutal, neither righteous nor evil. He is suspected to be a lunatic. Recalling the information about Yang Huan, Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. This was the first expert who played with poison that he had ever met. Back then, it was exactly because he saw that the man on the list used a disguise technique that he went to the Spectre to deduce. He didn't expect that he would run into the man in person here. Han Fei said, "Hey, are you sure? This guy's ranking is even higher than Xia Xiaochan's." Zhao Wu was stunned too. Seriously? Is it really him? Is it too late for us to run now? We can always break into the Nether Spirit area. Retreat. Retreat from the undersea city and call for reinforcements. Retreat. At that moment, a dozen or 20 people ran back. How could they hunt demons at such a moment? Although Yang Huan was only ranked 17th on the wanted list, many people would rather face the top 10 experts on the wanted list than face a guy who used poison. Poison was something that killed people without leaving a trace, okay? Ka, crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, 100 streaks of light burst out of the crowd. Colorful rays of light mixed in the water and spread in all directions. Ah! Explode! Someone detonated himself in excruciating pain, causing the seawater to roll. Some armorists were delirious. All the weapons in their armor boxes burst out and were killed like headless flies. Some manipulators went crazy and swept the vines in the sky. Rumble! The peak-level dangling fishers were stunned too. Although they were strong, it was only relative. If it were so easy to kill the people on the wanted list, they wouldn't have tricked so many people into hunting them together. At this moment, among the dozen or so peak-level dangling fishers, the skin of a man suddenly began to fester. Then his body spurted out hundreds of thin, golden water streams like a plug. Even the peak-level dangling fishers couldn't stop the water streams. The 2 people closest to the man were immediately hit by the golden stream of water that sprayed out. The 2 people reacted differently. One tried to block the golden water streams with a spiritual energy protective cover, and the other cut off a large piece of his flesh after his arm touched it and quickly retreated. As a result, the man who blocked it with a spiritual energy protective cover was soon contaminated by the weird golden water streams. To everyone's horror, many strange colors appeared on the man's body, and then his flesh began to expand. Disperse! Go to the inner city. A peak-level dangling fisher exclaimed. Peak didn't mean invincibility, especially when faced with the experts on the wanted list. Even the peak-level dangling fishers had to run, not to mention the rest of the advanced dangling fishers. On Han Fei's side, Wu Liang and the others had dashed 100 meters away in the blink of an eye and were about to run back. Han Fei was hesitating when he suddenly heard a voice in his head. Hey, have you seen enough? It's time to take action. Chapter 398. The abrupt voice transmission really gave Han Fei a fright. Han Fei quickly looked around, but it was a mess. Everybody was either fighting or running. None of them seemed idle. The voice in Han Fei's head continued, "Stop looking. Everybody is just pretending. There's nothing wrong with your disguise, but your behavior has been exposed." Han Fei followed the voice and asked, "What do you mean?" The man sneered, "Just now you were exposed when you instigated the crowd to ignore the obstacles. How many people who want to form a team of 100 people will be as reckless as you? Nobody has exposed you yet, But as soon as you enter the inner city, someone will come after you immediately. Han Fei responded, So are you helping me? No, they want to hunt Xia Shaochan. I don't want that. All I want is their swallowing seashells. How about it? I'll use poison, and you'll stop those who run away? Han Fei asked, How are we going to divide the spoils? The man smiled and said, It depends on your strength. You'd better hurry up. Once someone runs out, it'll be troublesome. Han Fei's expression changed. He left the place in an instant and swam back at an incredible speed. Wu Liang and the others were fast, but because of the obstruction of the undead spirits, they couldn't swim like they did in the ocean. They were fighting their way out, only to see Han Fei rushing all the way. All the ancient weapons and skeletons on his way were shattered by his powerful sprint. Zhao Wu roared, Lihani, what's wrong with you? Don't release any more undead spirits. However, Wu Liang immediately stopped. Don't go there. Wu Liang's face changed. Who are you? What's your relationship with Yang Huan? At the mention of Yang Huan, Zhao Wu, Wang Qingyue, and Zhou Kai all changed their expressions. Not just them, but the people who were running back with them all changed their expressions too. Han Fei raised his head and grinned. Me and him? It's just a coincidence. I won't let you go out. You either go forward or die here. Which one do you choose? Zhao Wu was furious. Okay, I didn't expect to pick up an ingrate. Damn it. Can you stop so many of us on your own? Voila! Behind Han Fei, a phantom of a mantis shrimp suddenly appeared, followed by 9 chains waving wildly in the air. Han Fei looked at them with a smile and said, That's right. I was going to charge in with you. But who knew that Yang Huan would show up here? This is the first time we've met. Please take care of me. F***CK Han Fei? Damn it. Run. Zhao Wu turned and ran. How was he going to play? Third on the wanted list. Didn't the latest intelligence say that the great god was in the sea-born prairie? Why did I suddenly end up in the undersea city? The group of people's expressions changed drastically. Without even preparing to fight, they immediately turned around and ran. Why did they come to hunt Xia Shaochan? That was because Xia Shaochan ranked 32nd on the wanted list, and according to the list, she was in a special state. But of these two, Yang Huan was ranked 17th and was famous for his poison. He could kill people without spilling blood, which made people shudder. Han Fei, on the other hand, was even more horrifying. He rose from 59th place to 3rd place on the wanted list in one battle. How could a group of advanced, dangling fishers not be afraid of them? For them, it didn't matter if he was a peak-level dangling fisher or an intermediate dangling fisher. They couldn't afford to offend such a tough guy. In the crowd, an unattractive young man felt that his chest was hit by an iron-head fish when he saw Han Fei's 9 tails. Why did he run into this guy? He knew that Han Fei was not an ordinary person. After all, no matter how conceited and capable he was, an intermediate dangling fisher wouldn't be so high profile in a place like the undersea city. So he speculated that Han Fei was probably hiding his identity and was strong, but that was all. At this moment, seeing that the group of people was scared back by Han Fei, and Han Fei didn't do anything, he was lost for words. Yang Huan said, I've heard a lot about you. But why did you stop all of them? Do you want me to kill them alone? Han Fei responded with a smile. My identity has been exposed, but yours hasn't. Do you think the 2 of us can defeat those peak-level dangling fishers? Ahead of him, the 20 peak-level dangling fishers stopped. Han Fei? They were planning to capture Xia Shaochan. But the guy who was rumored to be in a relationship with Xia Shaochan was here too. Should they attack him or not? Someone said telepathically, why don't we attack him together while there are still many people? However strong Han Fei is, he is just an intermediate dangling fisher. I'm told that he only killed 2 peak-level dangling fishers in the battle in the Seaborn Prairie. But there are so many of us. We still have a chance. Someone hesitated and said, Don't forget that there's still Yang Huan. Someone echoed, That's right. Han Fei is out in the open. but it won't be easy to kill him. Now that he has joined hands with Yang Huan, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Someone suggested, who knows escape techniques? Let's go out and call for reinforcements. This is an opportunity. Han Fei caused such a stir in the Seaborn Prairie that he probably has more opportunities than Yang Huan and Xia Shaochan combined. Are you willing to let him go? I'll go. Immediately, a hunter who was a peak-level dangling fisher entered stealth mode. Dozens of streams of water shot out hundreds of meters in a blink of an eye like light and shadow. Han Fei subconsciously drew his saber and brushed past the shadows. Then he frowned. I didn't hit them. Han Fei said telepathically, hey, one escaped. He's too fast to be killed. A golden line flashed like lightning in the crowd. Wherever the golden thread passed, anyone who came into contact with it would quickly wither away. Yang Huan couldn't wait any longer and simply replied, Then what are you waiting for? Kill the people inside first. There are hundreds of people outside. How are you going to fight them when they all come in? Han Fei thought of something. Keep half of them and release the other half. Yang Huan said, No, as long as we're still here, everybody here will die. The people outside don't care who they are. They'll kill them all if they suspect them. Han Fei secretly cursed and darted out dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers into the crowd. At the same time, he said telepathically, Poison me. Huh. Yang Huan was stunned too. Poison you? I've never heard such an awesome request in all my years in the level 3 fishery. As a matter of fact, Han Fei had already sensed Yang Huan's poison when the poisonous fog burst out just now, and he wasn't scared at all. So, when Zhao Wu and the others ran, Han Fei was not panicked at all. The venomous tulip was more effective than he expected, and Han Fei had eaten more than one anti-poison spiritual fruit. In his Forge the Universe, there were at least a few hundred of them. Han Fei was barely scared of the poison in the level 3 fishery. What was there to be scared of? The crowd was running and pushing forward crazily, and Han Fei chased after them alone. All of a sudden, a purple mist enshrouded Han Fei. Many people were dumbfounded. Aren't the two of them in cahoots? Why are the two of them fighting? However, when everybody was surprised, Han Fei came at them like a bolt of lightning. His daggers and his body were all poisoned. In the blink of an eye, several people were knocked over and began to scream. Damn it! Han Fei has the antidote. Let's run. In the crowd, Yang Huan was quite shocked too. What kind of freak is this? I can't even poison him? Up ahead, the peak-level dangling fishers couldn't have looked more awful. The two of them had indeed joined hands. They were shocked by their efficiency. Han Fei didn't even need to use his daggers. He simply charged forward with his extraordinary speed. In a moment, dozens of people had fallen to the weird, poisonous fog. Shwa! 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 Someone crushed a flash stone and disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 10 advanced dangling fishers left, and they all flashed away. Someone who didn't have a flash stone charged at Han Fei crazily. I'll take you down with me, even if I have to die. Boom! Han Fei was blown away by the self-explosion, but he only flew 100 meters. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Han Fei rushed up again before his body hit the ground, and he was unscathed. Everybody was dumbfounded. The self-explosion didn't work. What kind of body did he have to resist the self-explosion of an advanced dangling fisher so easily? When Han Fei continued charging at the crowd, someone among the peak-level dangling fishers drew his longbow and shot 9 arrows consecutively. However, Han Fei simply grabbed the water-dividing seal and shattered the arrows of spiritual energy easily. He even sped up and appeared in front of a manipulator. With a swing of his saber, he beheaded the manipulator. Han Fei said telepathically, Demon Hunters, you should have been prepared to be hunted when you came in. After only 100 seconds, none of the 10 advanced dangling fishers survived. In less than 100 seconds, None of the less than 10 advanced dangling fishers survived and were all killed. Yang Huan said more than 30 of them ran away. So what? Where are you? Chapter 399. The remaining peak-level dangling fishers couldn't have looked more awful. It was too fast. They had planned to ask someone to call for reinforcements. As soon as the reinforcements arrived, the peak-level dangling fishers wouldn't be able to resist hundreds of peak-level dangling fishers, no matter how strong they were. But how long had it been? The advanced dangling fishers had either run away or died. Someone roared, "Idiots, idiots. What's the point of running away now? When the people outside come in, they won't let go of any of the people inside." Someone asked in fear, "Where's Yang Huan?" Reminded by this, the nearly 20 peak-level dangling fishers in front of him dispersed. They didn't know each other in the first place, and they just gathered temporarily. At this moment, Han Fei was the only one who revealed his identity, but Yang Huan was nowhere to be seen. What did it mean? Someone roared, "Don't get too close." Yang Huan must be among the peak-level dangling fishers. Han Fei was rather curious too. Where was Yang Huan? If he was really among the peak-level dangling fishers, why didn't he attack just now? Yang Huan said telepathically, "Keep chasing. You're covered in poison right now. None of them will fight you. Chase them to the gate of the inner city. I'll wait there." Han Fei was slightly tempted. "Okay." Ahead, someone looked back at Han Fei. "Han Fei, don't push us, or we'll attack you together. Do you think you can resist a bunch of peak-level dangling fishers?" Han Fei chuckled. "If you're not afraid of poison, just come at me." The peak-level dangling fishers were all lost for words. "If you weren't poisoned, we would have killed you a long time ago." While chasing them, Han Fei sensed the poisonous mist on his body. It was truly horrifying. Even though he had an anti-poison fruit like the venomous tulip, he still felt that the spiritual energy in his body was fading fast. This poison could even devour spiritual energy? "Hew, hew, hew!" Han Fei took out the blue sea wandering dragon bow and shot out spiritual energy as if it were free. Every shot contained almost 1,000 points of spiritual energy. He didn't care whether or not the arrows could hit the enemy, but the arrows were poisoned. They were scared to death. Damn it. Just hold on for another 10 minutes. We're almost at the gate of the inner city. Han Fei shouted, "Yang Huan, you son of a B***TCH, come out. Come out quickly. If they don't come out soon, they'll really escape." Up ahead, everyone's hearts trembled. Someone transmitted, "Disperse and enter the city. Don't stick together." Han Fei roared, "Yang Huan, did you hear that? They're going to split up and enter the city. It's a good time for you to take them down one by one." In front of him, the group of people couldn't wait to cut Han Fei into pieces. At the same time, they were all speechless, as Han Fei had heard their voice transmission. At this moment, everyone was too scattered, so they had no choice but to shout boldly. Everything they said would be heard clearly 100 breaths later. Han Fei finally saw the inner city. The inner city was several times taller than the outer city. Someone was the first to arrive, leading the way into the inner city. The rest of the people immediately felt relieved. Regardless of who Yang Huan was, he could slowly search for him once he reached the inner city. Hence, the group of people gathered together again after splitting up. Of course, they also activated their perception. If anyone around them made a move, they would be ready to crush their flash stones. It would be even better if he could react in time. Han Fei pretended to shout, "Yang Huan, where the hell are you? If you don't do anything, we'll all go in." Bam, bam, bam. Hardly had Han Fei said that when brilliant fireworks burst out at the inner gate. Poisonous smoke spread hundreds of meters away. That wasn't the worst part. Han Fei saw a streak of golden light jumping among the peak-level dangling fishers. Bam, bam. At that moment, only 3 people broke into the inner gate. Of the rest, 5 or 6 simply abandoned the inner gate and fled with their flash stones. As for the rest, they were almost covered in poisonous smoke in the blink of an eye. Soon after, some people's bodies began to decay. Some people's bodies had many black holes, some people's bodies were withering, and some people's bodies directly turned green. In the blink of an eye, 8 people were trapped. Although there were 2 people who managed to force their way into the inner city, there were still 6 people who couldn't enter. After everything was done, Han Fei saw a young man in his 20s slowly walk out of a broken corner. This is our limit. It's not easy to hunt peak-level dangling fishers. Han Fei looked at the young man and said, "Almost 50 people escaped." The young man was looking at him too and shrugged. To be precise, 39 escaped. However, I'm afraid that only the few who broke into the inner city survived. Han Fei glanced at Yang Huan casually. "Hurry up and take away your poison." Yang Huan asked curiously, "What spiritual fruit did you take? My poison didn't work on you." Han Fei said, "Hey, take a guess." Yang Huan wasn't bothered. Then he observed Han Fei for a moment and asked, "What's next?" Han Fei's plan was simple. He would blend in with the crowd and cause as much trouble as possible. He didn't want a 100-person team to march into the undersea city. His cooperation with Yang Huan was purely an accident. One wanted money and the other wanted to save people. Their intentions were different, but the result was the same. Han Fei said with a smile, "Collect those swallowing seashells. Not too many. Half each." Yang Huan smiled casually. "You're going to collect half? Won't I suffer a great loss? I want 70%. Han Fei sneered. "There are still 1,000 people outside. Now that things have come to this, don't tell me you don't want what they have. Or rather, do you think you can take them down on your own?" Yang Huan thought for a moment. "You're here to save people. If I don't take action, you'll be in trouble later." Han Fei pointed at the inner gate and said, "There's a 100-person team inside. For peak-level dangling fishers just went in. But how large is the undersea city? You want to kill Xia Shaochan with only a few hundred people? Do you think she's on the wanted list for nothing?" Yang Huan pointed outside. "Plus the thousands of people outside, how about that?" Han Fei tilted his head. "Are you sure you want to fight me? Right now, we haven't killed many people. Let's find a way to make a fortune from the outside." "Ha ha ha!" Yang Huan suddenly laughed and looked at Han Fei. "Interesting. As expected of the guy who ranks 3rd on the wanted list. Okay, half each. I have a plan." Han Fei said, "You're familiar with this place. Go ahead." Yang Huan's eyes turned cold. The outer city of the undersea city is filled with ordinary undead spirits. It might not have any effect on your powerful physique and divine soul. However, not everyone is as monstrous as you are. Therefore, you have to attract a large number of Yin spirits. Han Fei glanced at the ruined outer city and nodded slightly. "No problem, but it won't be very effective. What's next?" Yang Huan suddenly laughed and said, "Poison cultivation is even more difficult than your physique cultivation. Do you think I'm only capable of that?" Han Fei looked at the outer city again. "How many people can we stop in the outer city?" Yang Huan narrowed his eyes. 30%. That's the most I can do." After hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. 30% is still a lot. There were thousands of fishing boats out there, and he could kill 30% of them with undead spirits and poisonous creatures. No one would believe it. How about the inner city? The corners of Yang Huan's mouth curled up. If there are spirits in the outer city, then the heroic souls in the inner city are several times stronger. Han Fei watched the golden lines return to Yang Huan's hands. They were swallowing seashells, but he didn't feel that he had gained much. He simply frowned. Heroic souls? Can they fight 1,000 people? Yang Huan shook his head. Of course not. However, I have a stalk of grass. I wonder if you've heard of it? Han Fei looked at Yang Huan and didn't say anything. Yang Huan said, "The 3-turn dragon drool grass. I'm the only one in the level 3 fishery that can." Han Fei asked in surprise, "The 1,000-mile red?" Yang Huan was stunned. "You know it?" Of course Han Fei knew it. However, it wasn't recorded in the regular Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants. It was only recorded in the complete collection of spiritual plants in the infinite ocean. The 3-turn dragon drool grass was also known as the 1,000-mile red. It was said that it was born in the land of dragon blood. It was said that the place where it grew was crimson and contained fire poison. It was a divine quality grass in the level 3 fishery. Not only did it contain abundant spiritual energy, but it could also help someone make a breakthrough from a dangling fisher to a hanging fisher. The 3-turn dragon drool grass was rather domineering. One had to be highly resistant to it in order to eat it. First of all, one had to be immune to poison, which was also the most important requirement. Secondly, one's physique must be incomparably strong. As far as Han Fei knew, ordinary people couldn't eat it at all. Even peak-level dangling fishers had a high chance of death from it. Those who could really use it would have to wait until they became hanging fishers. Because the place where this thing grew was scarlet red, it was extremely easy to discover, so it was also extremely rare. Han Fei didn't know where Yang Huan got it. Han Fei was confused. Is there such a thing in the level 3 fishery? Yang Huan looked at Han Fei weirdly. I got it by accident, but don't even think about taking it. Well, Yang Huan pondered for a moment and said, "You can have it if you want. All the sea-swallowing seashells are mine, and I'll give the 3-turn dragon drool grass to you." Han Fei snorted. "I don't want it. I don't need it to make a breakthrough. Nor do I need its spiritual energy. Let's split the sea-swallowing seashells equally." Yang Huan said, "Okay, then hurry up. It'll be too late if you wait any longer." Chapter 400. Although Han Fei didn't trust Yang Huan, he didn't doubt him. Yang Huan was straightforward enough to expose his identity, making it clear that he was going to make a fortune. Han Fei grabbed a bunch of swallowing seashells, unfolded his wings, and charged forward in an instant. The battlefield in the outer city was huge. Han Fei simply let the 9 chains drag him on the ground. Wherever he passed, buildings that should have collapsed a long time ago collapsed. On the ground, a large amount of muddy mud was raised. One after another, human silhouettes emerged from the sand. At first, there were only dozens and hundreds of them chasing Han Fei. A moment later, there were thousands of them. However, those undead spirits weren't fast enough and could only chase after Han Fei. As for the undead spirits that gathered more slowly, they stayed where they were. There was no telling what they were going to do. In the meantime, Han Fei met a peak-level dangling fisher. The man thought that Han Fei was coming for him, so he crushed another flash stone and fled again. When Han Fei rushed past the gate of the inner city again, tens of thousands of undead spirits were following him. Those undead spirits were even fighting and biting each other. Yang Huan's eyelids cramped. Watching Han Fei's figure whizzing past, Yang Huan couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Pervert." In fact, in terms of combat ability, Yang Huan was much weaker than Han Fei. If he were faced with some peak-level dangling fishers alone, Yang Huan might be able to deal with 2 or 3 of them with his dual professions. At this moment, Yang Huan couldn't help but envy Han Fei. If I had such an unbelievable physique and the ability to use poison, I could go anywhere in the level 3 fishery. Outside, on the surface of the sea outside the undersea city, a large group of people was still waiting. Someone was tempted. Why don't we form another 100-person team? However dangerous the undersea city is, it's only the inner city. Now that 200-person teams have gone in, the road ahead must have been cleared. Someone was enjoying the show. Forget it. Let's wait for another day. There are only 200 people. They won't cause any trouble, even if they are stuffed into the undersea city. Let's see who will come out first. This place was surprisingly peaceful. There was no killing or fighting, and there were even people who were leisurely fishing. Bang! Suddenly, a figure burst out of the water, creating waves that were dozens of meters high. Did someone come out? A peak-level dangling fisher came out. Many people stood up. However, in the next second, the newcomers panicked. Hurry up! Reinforcements! Han Fei and Yang Huan have snuck into the 100-person team. At this moment, they are fighting in the outer city of the undersea city. Come quickly. What? At this time, Han Fei was causing destruction everywhere. When people from the outer city swarmed in, he was still waving the 9-star chain around. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a dozen people popping out of the gate. Is it really Han Fei? Hurry up, it's really Han Fei. Han Fei smiled, waved at the gate, and then immediately ran to the gate of the inner city as fast as he could. As he ran, he swung his tail wildly. In just a few dozen breaths of time, the entrance to the outer city was already packed with people. However, the people who came in turned pale when they saw undead spirits in all directions. Someone was lost for words. Is Han Fei out of his mind? A peak-level dangling fisher simply sprinted forward without caring about the undead spirits. Kill anyone you meet on the way. Nobody cared about the undead spirits. They even felt that Han Fei was a bit naive. Could he stop them with those undead spirits? That was too much of him. When hundreds and thousands of people began to pour into the city, the undead spirits were indeed vulnerable. After only a moment, a large number of undead spirits were shattered and only 1 or 2 people were killed. The casualty rate was less than 1%. In the area of the freezing currents, Han Fei dashed left and right. Many people were vigilant and said telepathically, "Be careful of Yang Huan. Everyone, line up and move forward. Kill any hunter who tries to cut the queue." When there were more people, the power of the freezing currents was highlighted. However, these people's reactions were not slow. Even though the freezing current had increased in number due to the large-scale destruction of the battlefield, it only caused less than 20 casualties. It was still not worth mentioning compared to the army of 1,000 people. Han Fei cursed in his heart, "This is too much. I wonder if Yang Huan's poison can work. It'll be terrible if things go wrong." Those people had learned that Han Fei and Yang Huan joined hands, so they had been wary of them. They didn't deliberately speed up to chase Han Fei, but simply followed him unhurriedly. The spirit gatherers were at the periphery, clearing the abnormal spiritual waves. The manipulators were responsible for controlling all kinds of vines to separate the battlefield like an army. In the inner city, Han Fei lost sight of Yang Huan again. However, he was not panicked at all. As long as Yang Huan wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't give up this opportunity. When Han Fei landed at the gate of the inner city, hundreds of peak-level dangling fishers stopped. They were all carrying weapons, and some had fused with their spiritual beasts. Someone said telepathically, "Han Fei, do you think you can stop us with such petty tricks? And that Yang Huan, does he think he's great just because he knows how to use poison?" Dozens of people simply drew their bows and attacked. Terrifying and domineering arrows of spiritual energy darted at Han Fei. Without saying a word, Han Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky above the city. Following Han Fei's movement, the peak-level dangling fishers all raised their heads and looked at the sky. Then they found that a dense crowd of undead wrapped in purple venomous gas was swooping at them. Han Fei grinned and said, "Haha, keep chasing me." When the hundreds of arrows of spiritual energy were about to reach Han Fei stepped back and disappeared into the dark gate of the inner city. The pursuers all changed their expressions. Someone said telepathically, "Go to the inner city." Hurry up! Han Fei quite admired Yang Huan's poison. In a large-scale battle, there was almost no more powerful means of attack than poison. In the outer city, apart from the peak-level dangling fishers who ran at the front, the advanced and even intermediate dangling fishers behind them were all horrified. They had used all kinds of methods. For a moment, spiritual beasts, contractual spiritual beasts, and weapons were waving in the sky and bombarding a lot of undead creatures before they approached. However, there were too many undead creatures. As long as one undead creature could break through the attack, the purple venomous gas attached to them would be able to take one person away. Almost in the blink of an eye, the outer city was covered with dead bodies. Far away, outside an abandoned mud wall, Yang Huan was watching this scene with a sneer. In his eyes, those were all money. Everybody's swallowing seashells could bring him enough returns. He only wanted to trick 100 people, but he didn't expect that Han Fei would be there too. Now that the stakes were so high, he couldn't have been more excited. How many swallowing seashells were there for 1,000 people? In the inner city, hardly had Han Fei stepped into this place when he sensed a great crisis coming at him. The first thing he saw was a crimson and glamorous grass that was glittering 100 meters away. It must be the 3-turn dragon drool grass. But Han Fei didn't intend to collect it at all. The 3-turn dragon drool grass had hundreds of weird colors. He wondered how many poisons Yang Huan had added to it. What was really dangerous were the monsters that showed up around him with their big eyes. There were also the hero souls that were wearing armor and holding long spears, which were much more real than the undead creatures in the outer city. In Han Fei's eyes, data popped up. Name Immortal Hero Soul. Introduction. This is the belief that the experts protected when they were alive, and their obsession doesn't disperse after death. As long as there were invaders, they would fight for the city again. Level 3 Quality Immortal Creature. Spiritual energy greater than 3,566 points. Collectible Immortal Aura. Unabsorbable, although they were all undead creatures. They were essentially different. If the undead creatures in the outer city were the most common soldiers that had no thoughts and only knew how to attack, then Han Fei felt that the hero souls in front of him were the kind that had already gained consciousness. There were 100 of such hero souls at this moment. They were tall, with blue flames burning in their eyes, and they were pointing their spears at Han Fei. Kill, kill, kill! The voice that seemed to be from hell rumbled next to Han Fei's ears like thunder, holding the water-dividing seal. Han Fei dodged the hundreds of slashes that were coming at him and dashed at the 3-turn dragon drool grass in a golden-red streak of light in the water. When he got closer, he discovered that the ground was already littered with corpses. There were giant black insects that were dozens of meters long lying on the ground, giant crabs that had fallen apart, octopus corpses that were being devoured, and a dense group of hermit crabs that were gnawing on the corpses of these creatures. Among them, none of the creatures had been poisoned to death. They all seemed to have been strangled to death by other creatures. When Han Fei raised his head again, he found that all kinds of glittering eyes were glittering in the dark corners in all directions. A tremendous number of creatures seemed to be hiding around. Oh my God! Chapter 401. Han Fei was quite shocked. Why are there so many monsters here? The hexagon starfish said, "Human, I think it's terrible to hunt for treasures with you. I'm going back to the seaborne prairie." Shut up. Believe it or not, you'll become someone else's contractual spiritual beast in a few days. Han Fei only stayed here for a few seconds when a crab dozens of meters long swept its pincers at him. More importantly, this crab was different from the ones outside. It was completely black. That crab pincer couldn't even be considered a crab pincer. It was more like a pair of scissors, sharp inside and out. Behind him, the hero souls waved their weapons at him. Han Fei felt that anyone else would have been killed. None of the creatures in front of him were weak, such as this crab. Name Blade Edge Spiritual Crab. Introduction. This is a mutant crab that has absorbed a lot of dead air in the desolate city. Influenced by the hero souls, it's very strong. Its shell is very suitable for making armor. Level 3 quality, mutated spiritual energy greater than 3,421 points effect, inedible, collectible, knife armor, absorbable. Han Fei chose the direction of the blade edge spiritual crab, and the blood-drinking knife appeared in his hand. With a clatter, the knife flashed. It was not the time to fight. He needed to leave the battlefield as soon as possible, because the people behind him would soon come. If he didn't escape by then, he would be caught in a dilemma. Kacha, as Han Fei's most powerful combat skill. The draw technique pierced through the crab's shell after one slash. It didn't stop until it swept back nearly 30 meters. At this moment, Han Fei had already stepped on the blade edge spiritual crab and rushed into the unknown darkness. Only 3 seconds after Han Fei rushed into the darkness, a large number of peak-level dangling fissures swarmed into the inner gate. The hero souls and the sea creatures who were about to chase after Han Fei were distracted by a large group of intruders. Then, they charged at the peak-level dangling fissures. Damn it, I've been tricked. Let's go. Han Fei killed 5 or 6 sea creatures in a row, including crabs, octopuses, sea snakes. But to his surprise, he encountered a large conch. Han Fei had seen Xiao Zhan's 8-armed conch before, so he knew that some of these creatures were tough. But just now, that big conch had actually been slashed by him 3 times. Han Fei's face was pale and his arms were trembling. This kind of creature with a hard shell was really difficult to deal with. If he were to encounter a contractual spirit beast like the 8-armed conch one day, his opponent would most likely be quite powerful. Passing these creatures, Han Fei was directly covered by the concealment array. He first threw one at himself, but the effect was too poor. It was as if he hadn't thrown it. As a result, he was immediately discovered by a serpent. Fortunately, the hexagon starfish, the free labor, threw another one to Han Fei. Only then did he manage to hide him. The hexagon starfish said, "You have to learn arrays well. Other than the spirit gathering array, your array formation skills are too poor." Han Fei said gloomily, "I don't know. Do I need you to tell me? Look at me. I don't look like a person who has time to stop and study arrays." Han Fei was speechless. "I'm a heavenly talent, but I'm despised by a starfish. When this is over, and I leave the level 3 fishery, I must spend some time to learn arrays during this period of time." Since the sea grassland, Han Fei increasingly discovered the importance of arrays. When he was in the level 2 fishery, he didn't feel it. However, here he felt that if you didn't know a few powerful arrays, it would be difficult to resist the ferocious people in the level 3 fishery who wanted to kill you. The outer city had turned into a purgatory. At the gate of the inner city, there was a fierce battle. Those hero souls were far stronger than the undead souls. These hero souls were holding spears and drawing knife lights in the seawater one after another. The knife lights were so dense that they condensed into a net. For a time, at the gate of the inner city, contractual spiritual beasts were everywhere. Human beings were fighting crazily. Swords and knives were flying everywhere. One hero soul after another was shattered by many peak-level dangling fissures. An undersea creature, like the blade-edge spiritual crab, could be killed by Han Fei alone, not to mention hundreds of peak-level dangling fissures. One after another, hundreds of advanced dangling fissures broke through the barriers and joined the battlefield. Han Fei frowned. How many people had Yang Huan intercepted and killed outside? At this moment, the gate of the inner city was almost cleared by those people. The number of peak-level dangling fissures was less than 5, and only 50 advanced dangling fissures were killed before the situation was stabilized. All of a sudden, the 3-turn dragon drool grass at the gate of the inner city instantly exploded. At this moment, Han Fei finally knew how dreadful poisons were. After the countless poisonous creatures surrounding the 3-turn dragon drool, grass exploded. They were like strange fireworks in the night sky. Countless colors exploded at the entrance. Han Fei was quite shocked. Yang, Huan didn't hesitate to blow up such a rare spiritual herb at all. For that alone, Yang Huan was worthy of his admiration. Not everybody was as bold as him. After all, the 3-turn dragon drool grass might be able to significantly improve the strength of those who ate it. Its hidden value was even higher than that of the venomous tulip. The moment the 3-turn dragon drool grass exploded, the ground below Han Fei's feet trembled. He sensed that something was about to break out of the soil. After a while, he saw hermit crabs appear under his feet. They were so densely packed that he couldn't even count them. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked after reading the information of the hermit crabs. They were rather horrifying. Name soul-eating crab introduction. This is a mutant hermit crab. Nourished by the hero soul, it has the power to eat human souls. Level 13 quality, mutated, spiritual energy greater than 111 points, effect, inedible, absorbable. Han Fei immediately ejected and swam upward. The creatures were popping up in large numbers. Even though he believed that his spiritual power was strong and his soul was steady, he didn't dare to try it recklessly. The moment Han Fei moved, he received Yang Huan's telepathic message. Han Fei, you need to show your sincerity in our cooperation. I've given enough. I said 30% of them would be poisoned, and I meant it. I've detonated the 1,000-mile red too, and all the creatures within 100 kilometers, and even further, will go crazy. It won't help even if I continue to attack. It's all up to you now. Han Fei frowned. How did you find me? Yang Huan said, Hey, you still have my poison on you. I can find you as long as the poison is still on you. Han Fei knew that Yang Huan was negotiating with him. So far, he had done nothing except attract the monsters and act as bait, which obviously raised Yang Huan's dissatisfaction. But Han Fei wouldn't charge forward and fight them like an idiot. He wouldn't charge into a crowd of people like an idiot unless there was something wrong with his head. Han Fei said, Let them fight for a while longer. Yang Huan said, Someone will run in half an hour at most. I can't seal the outer city on my own. As long as they can run away in the inner city, neither you nor I can catch them. When can we do it, if not now? Han Fei was lost for words. Do you think I'm a god? Do I have to fight 1,000 people on my own? Not only do I have to fight them, but I also have to be wary of those creatures. Yang Huan asked, Don't you know how to use the power of lightning? Han Fei said gloomily, You're the one who knows how to use the power of lightning. Do you think I'm the thunder god? Who's the thunder god? Han Fei said impatiently, It doesn't matter who he is. Just collect your swallowing seashells. I know when I'm going to take action. Then Han Fei searched in the direction where the soul-eating crabs came from. Han Fei was not worried that Yang Huan would run away. There were so many people and swallowing seashells at the gate of the inner city. Unless Yang Huan gave up, their cooperation would have to continue. Soul-eating crabs. The black mass of soul-eating crabs pressed forward. Although tens of thousands of them were crushed in an instant, there were still many more soul-eating crabs that managed to devour the divine souls. Many advanced, dangling fissures fell while they were fighting. There was nothing they could do even if their souls were eaten. Someone panicked. Stop hunting. Stop hunting. Let's run. Han Fei saw that a lot of people crushed their flash stones, and the number of people was decreasing with swishing sounds. After only half an hour, a third of the people had crushed their flash stones and escaped. Apart from those who escaped with their flash stones, hundreds of people simply crawled back to the outer city. Their idea was simple. This was only the gate. What was in the inner city of the undersea city? They didn't know yet, but too many people had died and they were scared. After realizing that it was hopeless to hunt demons, many people thought that going out was the best choice. Just when these advanced, dangling fissures were about to escape, Han Fei had already wandered into the depths. At this moment, Han Fei was standing outside of an underground cave. Just now, he saw a swarm of soul-eating crabs running out of this place. Also, he sensed more danger down below. Therefore, Han Fei accidentally dropped a spiritual fruit, and it was smashed. Chapter 402. By the time Han Fei returned, he found that half of the chaotic crowd had been reduced, and a lot of people had run away. The rest of them managed to resist the current situation. Yang Huan was still in the crowd. Sensing that Han Fei was approaching, he glanced at Han Fei. Yang Huan's face changed greatly. Not bothering to reveal his identity, he simply cursed, "Are you out of your mind?" Han Fei grinned. "Your grandpa Han Fei is here. Who dares to fight me?" Yang Huan had been paying attention to Han Fei's movements. He didn't believe that Han Fei would leave these people here. So, even though Han Fei had gone far away, he didn't care. But at this moment, Yang Huan's face turned green. He could sense a surging tide coming at him from Han Fei's back. How could there be a tide in a place like the undersea city? If there was, it must be some kind of powerful creature. Hearing Han Fei's voice transmission, many people cast their eyes over. Han Fei didn't hide himself, but simply revealed his true face. Damn it. Kill him. What the hell? There's something behind him. Someone had just realized what was going on, but Han Fei had already dashed close. At the same time, hundreds of spiritual fruits fell into the crowd. Many people mistook them for hidden weapons at first. In the end, they turned out to be spirit fruits, filled with spiritual energy. Han Fei threw out hundreds of spiritual fruits in one attack? Who had ever seen such a thing in a fight? Bam! 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 The spiritual fruits exploded one after another. For a moment, overwhelming spiritual energy and the most intense fragrance of fruits spread out from the bottom of the sea. Not daring to waste any time, Han Fei suddenly turned around and charged in another direction. Not good. It's the soul-eating crabs. Run. It's not just the soul-eating crabs. What's that? Scavenger? Hum. 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 Flash stones were crushed one after another, and people disappeared one after another. In the place where they were fighting, the soul-eating crabs that looked like swarming locusts all charged at them. Those who didn't have time to escape were devoured alive. Those who didn't have flash stones burst out with all their might and threw out their spiritual energy like it was free. Han Fei saw someone slash dozens of meters away, killing everything within a range of dozens of meters. Some peak-level dangling fishers were still unwilling to run, because if the team that they had finally gathered was dispersed, nobody was confident that they could survive if they ran into Han Fei, Yang Huan, and Xia Shaochan alone. Someone shouted angrily, "All of you, quiet down! Calm down! Gather up! Gather up!" Han Fei grinned and wandered on the edge of the battlefield. Every now and then he would throw a spiritual fruit or a mass of spiritual energy to a place where there were many people. Gather? You still want to gather? Someone punched through the dense soul-eating crabs and said telepathically, "Peak-level dangling fishers, follow me to kill Han Fei." Han Fei didn't panic. Standing at the broken hole, he slashed with all his strength with the draw technique. Before a peak-level dangling fisher rushed out, he was slashed back, covered in blood. Han Fei shook his head, slightly not very satisfied. When the peak-level dangling fisher was fully prepared, the draw technique failed to kill the opponent. At the next moment, when dozens of peak-level dangling fishers broke out of the battlefield and besieged Han Fei chuckled. Suddenly, a large purple array appeared, followed by a spirit-forbidden net falling from the sky. Damn it, it's the spirit-forbidden rope. Smash this array. However, Master Hexagon Starfish was now a level 43 mysterious creature. Although it was usually timid, the six-gate formation was not something that could be easily smashed by others. And Han Fei only needed a little bit of time. When the spirit-forbidden net covered them, more than 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were strangled in it. Dozens of peak-level dangling fishers were strangled by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Seeing the scene, some people couldn't help but feel bitterly disappointed. These were not junior dangling fishers, but peak-level dangling fishers. They were the top group of people in the level 3 fishery. How could they be killed so inexplicably? After withdrawing the 6-gate formation, Han Fei picked up dozens of swallowing seashells and continued to shout, "Grandpa Han is here! Come and kill me if you can." Some peak-level dangling fishers began to evacuate. Too many people had died along the way. They had never thought that half of the team of thousands of people would be killed before they even broke through the inner city gate of the undersea city. Some advanced dangling fishers were fighting fiercely, but they couldn't defeat 10,000 crabs with 2 fists. As long as the soul-eating crabs got close to them, almost no one could survive. Dozens of soul-eating crabs fell on Han Fei from time to time. However, Han Fei didn't give them a chance to eat their souls at all and shattered them with the rolling spiritual energy on the surface of his body. Seeing that no one was rushing out and most of them were fleeing, Han Fei ignored them and looked at this scene with a sneer. Fuse. This was the first time that Little Black and Little White fused after breaking through level 30. At the moment of fusion, Han Fei's demonic eyes shocked many people. His face was slightly distorted, and his body was suffused with a layer of grayish-dark light, which directly covered Little Gold's layer of gold. Chilla! Yang Huan rushed out of the crowd and covered himself with a layer of poison, avoiding the attacks of the soul-eating crabs and the scavengers that were full of thorns. At this moment, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he looked at Han Fei. He was so strong. Just now, he felt that Han Fei was a peak-level dangling fisher. However, different from ordinary peak-level dangling fishers, Han Fei was so fast that he tore apart the chaotic soul-eating crabs with one slash. Then, more than 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers flashed in the seawater like demonic knives. On every knife, black and white knife light was spreading. Puff! 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 At that moment, he really killed one person with one slash. None of the advanced, dangling fishers could resist him. As long as they were touched by Han Fei, they would be killed together with their spiritual beasts or contractual spiritual beasts. Of course, Han Fei couldn't avoid being attacked. However, under the horrified gaze of countless people, Han Fei's powerful physique didn't block at all. He let the countless spiritual weapons hit his body, but they could only make clanking sounds. Demon Han is going crazy. Run. Including the peak-level dangling fishers, they had long lost the interest to hunt demons. He was too strong. With such a sturdy body, even if he looked covered in blood, so what? No one's attack could hurt his foundation. Maybe if the remaining peak-level dangling fishers attacked together, they could really kill Han Fei. However, they didn't have this opportunity. There were too many creatures attracted here. Besides, Yang Huan was hiding in the dark, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Let's go. One peak-level dangling fisher after another crushed their flash stones. As for the advanced dangling fishers, the moment Han Fei charged into the crowd, they had already started to run. If they didn't run, would they be slashed by Han Fei one by one? There was no telling how long it had been. At the gate of the inner city of the undersea city, there was no one. Kill Han Fei? Han Fei was strangling the soul-eating crabs by himself and didn't intend to stop at all. Hey, okay, stop killing. There's no one left. Yang Huan secretly spoke to Han Fei via voice transmission. He felt that there was something wrong with Han Fei at this moment. He was very weird and powerful. What shocked Yang Huan the most was that the spiritual energy from all directions was pouring into Han Fei's body like a swarm. Too many living beings had died in this battle, resulting in too much ownerless spiritual qi in this place. It was not Han Fei who was absorbing it, but the demon purification pot. At this moment, Han Fei was actually standing still, and only the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were strangling the crabs. Han Fei closed his eyes. He seemed to feel that something very mysterious was trying to appear in his head. However, he did not succeed again and again. He didn't know what it was, but he craved it. There was no telling how long it had been. but Han Fei's body suddenly went limp and he almost fell to the ground. And Little Black and Little White automatically canceled their state of attachment. Han Fei quickly opened his eyes, looked at the black bodies in front of him, and asked helplessly, "Master Hexagon Starfish, what just happened?" When Han Fei looked at his shoulder, the Hexagon Starfish was nowhere to be seen. This guy was gone? Master Hexagon Starfish? 1,000 meters away, the Hexagon Starfish crawled out of a lobster shell. 6 big eyes stared at Han Fei. "You're awake." Han Fei was puzzled. What just happened? The Hexagon Starfish shivered. "Just now, there was such a powerful force in you that seemed to be about to burst out of your body. I had to run away." Han Fei frowned. "My body? A very powerful force?" The Hexagon Starfish was silent for a while. "It may not be yours, but your spiritual beasts." Little Black and Little White? Suddenly, Han Fei threw out a blue sea wandering dragon dagger and shot it straight to the void on his left. Immediately afterward, a figure flashed and appeared from stealth. Yang Huan was stunned. "Are you crazy?" Chapter 403. Han Fei's purpose was actually very simple. He wanted to establish his dominance again through this battle. However, after he fused Little Black and Little White, he felt that something was wrong. At first, his strength in all aspects was greatly improved. But later, the more he fought, the more he felt that something was growing in his head. Then he came back to himself. Han Fei looked at Yang Huan. "What did you see?" Yang Huan waved his hand. "I didn't see anything." Han Fei's face turned cold. "What did I just do?" "What did you do? You don't even know yourself?" Han Fei. Yang Huan looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. "Just now, the spiritual weapons around you all turned into black and white wheels. Those who didn't have time to run were all killed by you. And these—" Yang Huan pointed at the bodies of the sea creatures on the ground. Many of them had been crushed violently and died a miserable death. Yang Huan was very certain that he would never be an enemy of a monster like Han Fei. He was confident that he was the best in the level 3 fishery in terms of poison. However, in terms of combat ability, it wouldn't be a problem for Han Fei to kill dozens of him. Han Fei was confused. Was I so awesome just now? Yang Huan raised his hand and threw hundreds of swallowing seashells at Han Fei. Yang Huan looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and said, "A lot of people ran away. I'm afraid that the 4 entrances to the undersea city will be blocked in 10 days. I'm not going into this place. Goodbye." Han Fei caught 208 swallowing seashells in a row. Plus the dozens earlier, he had 260 swallowing seashells in total. Yang Huan smiled casually. "This time we cooperated well and killed more than 500 enemies. Ha ha ha. I can finally rank in the top 5 on the wanted list." Han Fei's lips twitched. "Then I'm first?" Yang Huan shook his head. "It's hard. You only killed more than 10 peak-level dangling fishers with the help of the Spirit Forbidden Net. Mo Qianshang, who ranks first, killed more than 60 on his own. Hey, when you can kill so many peak-level dangling fishers, maybe you can fight for first place." Han Fei, Yang Huan left. He was a smart man. Han Fei was not afraid of poison, not because Yang Huan's poison was not strong, but because Han Fei was lucky. Yang Huan was quite ambitious. Since he couldn't defeat Han Fei, and he didn't want to be besieged in the future, he might as well escape as soon as possible. As for what was in the undersea city, Yang Huan did not care. In any case, since ancient times, not many people had obtained any unparalleled opportunities from there. Han Fei didn't stop him, nor did he ask if the number of swallowing seashells was correct. He had gained a lot from the battle so far. Not only the swallowing seashells, but also many people who wanted to hunt him and Xia Shaochan were eliminated. After Yang Huan left, Little Black and Little White appeared again. Han Fei looked at the 2 little guys weirdly feeling that there seemed to be a big secret about them. If Yang Huan's description was correct, his blue sea wandering dragon daggers seemed to have turned into a small supreme yin-yang wheel. Of course, Han Fei knew the power of the supreme yin-yang wheel, but wasn't it a killer move that could only appear when Little Black and Little White combined? Why could they turn their weapons into the supreme yin-yang wheel? After sitting for a while, Han Fei touched Little White's head and said, "Look around. Xiao-Chan should be here." Little White raised his little head, swam around, and then jumped straight out. Han Fei picked up the hexagon starfish and threw it on his shoulder. "Master Hexagon Starfish, why are you so timid?" The hexagon starfish rolled its eyes. "You were so fierce. If I didn't run away, I might have been killed by you." Han Fei sneered and said, "Master Hexagon Starfish, aren't you known as a treasure hunter in the starfish world? Now that the undersea city has been ruined, where do you think the treasures are hidden?" Freezing currents flashed by occasionally, and Han Fei changed his swimming posture from time to time. The elegant posture of the shadow swimming art made him wander in this dark place as if he were taking a stroll. Because he wanted to see the appearance of this place clearly, Han Fei also took out the flashing lights of the lantern fish that he collected before and strung them together. So, in the dark undersea city, a white fish swam in front, and a young man held a dazzling string of lights and followed it, with bubbles coming out of his mouth from time to time. Those who were familiar with Han Fei would find that every time this guy spat out bubbles, he said, F***CK. Han Fei was shocked to find that there were many big caves like the soul-eating crabs that he found before. In addition, there were also scavengers, which he had seen in the sea-born prairie. But at that time, when the scavengers saw Han Fei, they propped up the bone spurs all over their body and lay motionless on the bottom of the sea. Han Fei even slashed them, but they didn't die. But the scavengers here were obviously different. Although they didn't attack people, they were much bolder. At this moment, Han Fei saw a large group of scavengers lying on the ground and eating soul-eating crabs like jelly beans. Not only that, Han Fei also saw a large conch that had been gnawed hundreds of holes by the scavengers. That thing couldn't be cut open by normal spiritual weapons. Under the illumination of the lights, Han Fei finally saw part of the city along the way. The buildings here were very similar to those on the floating island, and some places were even built with bones. However, the buildings on the floating island couldn't have been so strong for so long, which meant that the materials of these buildings were definitely not low. If the quality of the buildings in this city was so good, how powerful must it have been when it was prosperous? Such a city must have been even more prosperous than the Blue Sea town. What kind of power caused it to become what it was today? More importantly, why was this city built on the bottom of the sea? This question troubled Han Fei for a long time. Could it be that this city used to be a floating island too? Later, when the floating island fell, it appeared here. The deeper he swam, the more glorious Han Fei felt that this city used to be. Little White would change directions every once in a while. It must have sensed some dangerous creatures, so it chose to avoid them. Therefore, Han Fei didn't encounter any tough creatures along the way. 3 hours later, Han Fei suddenly paused and stopped Little White. He discovered a mystic realm that was surrounded by 7 pillars. This secret realm was covered by an array. Master Hexagon, do you think there are treasures here? The hexagon starfish said excitedly, there should be. How can there be no treasures in the secret realm? Then why don't you go in first? The hexagon starfish. Han Fei smiled. Forget it. I know you are timid. Let's go in together. But this array seems to have been broken. What do you think? The hexagon starfish nodded. It has been broken. Otherwise, we would have been fooled just now. Let's go in. Han Fei took back Little Black and Little White, held the blood-drinking knife, and drilled into the array. After a while, at the corner of a pillar, he found a hole leading to the underground. Han Fei secretly cursed. What he hated the most was that everything was underground. Only God knew what was underground. Of course, although he cursed, Han Fei still jumped down. Creak! To Han Fei's surprise, he entered the treasure trove too easily. Under his feet, he seemed to have trampled rotten wood. When Han Fei shone the light, he found that there was a door under his feet. It was not the normal kind of door, but a prison door made of black iron and some kind of iron tree. Han Fei was surprised. Did I come to the prison of this city? Immediately, Han Fei became curious. In this kind of place, there might not be any opportunities. However, maybe he could learn about the history of this undersea city through it. Han Fei held the light and walked out of the dark passage. However, as soon as he walked dozens of meters, he saw 3 skeletons on the ground. Looking at the state of decay, they seemed to have been dead for nearly 10 years. Judging from the posture of these 3 people's death, they should want to run out of the secret realm. However, for some reason, as soon as they ran here, they died. Attach. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp attached to him, and the 9-star chain was erected. If there was an accident, Han Fei could immediately block it. Han Fei crossed several caves in the rock walls. There were also some rotten tables and chairs scattered around the corners. In some places, there were also some rotten weapons casually thrown on the ground. Han Fei stepped on them and poked them with his knife, only to poke a hole in those weapons. After turning 3 or 5 alleys in a row, Han Fei finally came to the inside of this prison. It was a little more dilapidated than Han Fei imagined. There were almost no doors inside, and most of the walls had collapsed. Han Fei walked to a random prison and saw that there were still bones left in it. There are still bones. Chapter 404. Under certain conditions, bones could exist for millions of years and become fossils. However, those conditions were extremely harsh. However, the abandoned prison of the undersea city obviously didn't meet such extreme conditions. The marine creatures here were different from ordinary marine creatures. Ordinary bones couldn't withstand the gnawing of these marine creatures at all. Maybe in just a few years, the bones would be incomplete. But the bones that were left behind were actually so well preserved. Han Fei was shocked. Crossing the decayed threshold, Han Fei ran over and pinched it a few times, only to find that the bones were quite hard. He didn't know whether it was because he had been cultivating for a long time or something else. With doubts, Han Fei continued to walk to the cell behind. On the walls along the way, because they were too old, they seemed to be moldy and covered with all kinds of strange mosses. Some mosses were directly attached to the bones. After passing hundreds of cells, Han Fei found that not every cell had remains. Perhaps this was also related to the strength of these prisoners. When this city suffered a disaster, no one should have let them out. So many people were trapped in the cells and died. After turning several corners in a row, Han Fei didn't find anything special, not even a marine animal. Master Hexagon, do you think there is a place on the bottom of the sea where there are no marine animals? Han Fei was very puzzled. It shouldn't be. No matter how safe this place was, he was at the bottom of the sea. Even if he didn't have any small fish or shrimp, he should have some hermit crabs or small crabs, right? The hexagon starfish rolled his eyes. I feel a bit dangerous here. Dangerous? Han Fei frowned, not knowing what danger this place had. So far, he hadn't seen a living creature that could move. What danger could there be? Suddenly, at a corner, Han Fei stopped. There was no way out. But after the corner, there was a passage that continued downward. Han Fei raised the flashlight, illuminated it, and then walked down the steps. Hula! Just when Han Fei was about to go down to the next floor of the prison, he suddenly saw a pair of eyes flash. Then a figure suddenly flashed by. Who is it? Because it was too fast, Han Fei only caught a glimpse of it. That person seemed to be much shorter than him. Then, the man ran out in a strange posture, as if he was half running and half swimming. Han Fei summoned his fishing rod and swung it. But after 2 turns, the thing disappeared. Is there someone else? The hexagon starfish said via voice transmission, I feel a little familiar. Are you familiar with it? Han Fei was lost for words. Do you really know them? You've been in an ordinary fishery for 300 years. Even if you came here when you were young, who could stay in this damned place for 300 years? The hexagon starfish rolled its big eyes. I don't know. I just feel a familiar aura. Han Fei retracted the fishing rod, and dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers appeared beside him. Since there were living beings here, were there still some secrets hidden here? Han Fei did not impulsively chase the thing. Now, this level of the prison was much better preserved than the one above it. Han Fei walked along the road and came to a cell. The door had long since been destroyed, and there was a skull inside. Han Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. If you want to keep your body intact, that's fine. But you only left a skull. What do you mean by that? Where's your body? Han Fei felt a little uneasy. From the moment he came in, he felt that something was wrong. Han Fei turned his head sharply but didn't see anything. Within the range of his spiritual perception, there was nothing. Walking along the cell, Han Fei found that many cells were empty. If there was a place that was not empty, then there was a skull in this cell. Anyway, there was no other part of the body. Han Fei's lips twitched. Is there a monster with a hobby of collecting here? Or does this city have the custom of throwing the head of a prisoner into the cell after killing him? Moving forward, Han Fei still didn't find anything. Instead, he found another staircase leading down. Damn, how many floors are there in this prison? Han Fei suddenly shivered. Don't tell me there are 18 floors here. If I go down, I can see a pot of oil or something. I'm going back now, this time. Han Fei saw a pair of eyes staring at him in a dark corner. Han Fei was creeped out, but the eyes just glanced at him and ran away again. This time, Han Fei took a step out and quickly appeared in the 3rd floor of the prison. However, as soon as he entered the lower prison, a bloody wind came at him. In a flash, dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers slashed out at the same time. Han Fei controlled the blue sea wandering dragon daggers to almost form a line and slashed at the darkness. However, he only heard clanking sounds. On the ground, a weird figure was waving its tail, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were all thrown out. Lizard? Salamander? Serpent? Han Fei didn't need to guess. He saw a head appear on the ground. Then, Han Fei really wanted to run away. That thing was too ugly. To describe it carefully, it was a human-shaped head with only 2 holes for the nose and a mouth full of sharp teeth. It even had 2 skinny hands. The movement of this thing was carried out by these 2 hands. Apart from the webbing, this thing's hands were almost the same as the hands of a skinny adult. What shocked Han Fei the most was what he saw, because the body of that thing was like a fish and it had a long tail. At this moment, that thing's tail was arched, revealing the bone spurs on its tail. A string of data appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name Undead Mermaid Introduction, the lowest level of marine primates. It evolved from ordinary fish in a special environment and has extraordinary vision. Their teeth were extremely sharp and could even bite through mid-grade spiritual weapons. Level 37 quality mutated contained spiritual energy greater than 3,358 points. Effect inedible, collectible, none, unabsorbable. Han Fei was stunned. Why the hell do you call this thing a mermaid? And it evolved from those ordinary fish? After evolving for so long, this was the result. How ugly would it have been before it evolved? All of a sudden, the undead merman jumped up and bared its sharp claws. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide and bared its sharp teeth, as if it were going to bite Han Fei alive. Bam! Han Fei slapped it with a seal with 80% of his strength. For no other reason than that it was just too ugly. If this thing pounced on him, it would be too disgusting. So, Han Fei simply slapped it with the water-dividing seal without using the blood-drinking knife. The undead merman rolled on the ground and eventually crashed into a cell. Han Fei immediately rushed over and was about to slap it again with the water-dividing seal. However, in the next moment, the thing threw a human-shaped skeleton at him. Han Fei subconsciously slapped it with the seal and smashed the skeleton into pieces. But what caught Han Fei's attention most was that the skeleton had a tail too. However, this body was relatively complete. It was everywhere from the head to the pelvic cavity. At the bottom of the pelvic cavity, there were actually segments of bones. Oh my God, this is a real mermaid, isn't it? Han Fei swallowed. In the past, it was just a rumor that there were mermaids in the sea. Han Fei had never seen mermaids in all his years of wandering in the sea. Otherwise, he would have taken them home as his concubine. But at this moment, he felt that he had to change his mind. Maybe mermaids did exist, but they weren't as beautiful as he imagined. At this moment, the undead mermaid looked at Han Fei in fear in a corner. Now and then it roared at Han Fei. Han Fei almost vomited his stomach acid when he saw its buck teeth. The undead mermaid had been paralyzed by Han Fei and couldn't move its lower body anymore. At this moment, it could only scratch with its hands and roar at Han Fei. Han Fei glanced at it in disgust and then slapped it dozens of times with the water-dividing seal, killing it. I'll let you live. What a cool name. Are you really not going to die? Damn it. What the hell is this place? Why are there mermaids here? Hiss. The hexagon starfish said, watch out. Han Fei waved the blood-drinking knife and cut another undead mermaid into halves. Han Fei's face was awful. Is this place full of such things? Han Fei didn't think that there would be any treasures here. It was true that not all treasure realms had treasures. When Han Fei walked out of the cell, he found that a few gloomy eyes were staring at him at the end of the passage. However, these things didn't charge at him this time. Instead, they gradually retreated. Han Fei hesitated for a moment and looked back. Eventually, he chose to move forward. He was too curious. Mermaids were not like Yang Ruiyun, who had completely turned into a fish. They were real mermaids. What would appear at the end of the prison? The hexagon starfish scratched Han Fei's shoulder. Are you still going? Han Fei said, I'm just going to take a look. I'll go out after that.